internet.
Oh my gosh. We're here.
It's so early. How can we be live?
I know, it's very early. I love this. 5:15 here on the East Coast. All kinds of different times everywhere else. What is it? It's 10 in Ireland. What time did we say it is in Australia? 7 for you guys? 9. 9 for you guys. 9:15. 9, a mighty 9. Welcome back, my friends. I'm delighted to have us back at this early hour, a little bit more accommodatable for our international crew here. Yeah. We're just like rambling about how it sucks to get old, and if you have to like sleep on the ground as an over 30-year-old human, you should probably have to make a saving throw to see if your back gets messed up in the morning. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, we're back. As though we haven't been talking for the last 15 minutes. How's everybody doing?
Good.
But hold on, I just told you. I mean, well,
you did. It's true.
For the others,
it's amazing that 10 p.m. is not very different to 1 p.m. in outside the window at the moment. It's just dark.
Yeah, but like finishing at like 2 p.m. would be better than finishing in like the sun's coming in.
Yeah, please tell me this has to be better.
Yeah, Aiden said earlier he was disappointed that he wasn't able to take his tactical nap today.
My tacti nap.
Because we were playing earlier.
Aiden set up with the tactical napping.
Which has me waking up at like 4 a.m. at the night going, well, time to start the day.
It's
the whole week's going to be thrown off now.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
It's a real like feat that we have like this awesome little international squad. Like I was so excited to play with like this particular group, but we definitely it's like we could try to play every week, but it's a lot to like make all the schedules work. And so I really do appreciate like having all of you here with me for this delightful, adorable adventure of the Humbleyuir.
We're ranging from 2 p.m. in the afternoon to 9 a.m. in the morning.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's the range.
Yeah, talk about D&D on hard mode.
game.
This is it's the scheduling piece.
It's 9 p.m. at night.
Yeah, it's quite a range. And it is like, we joke, but scheduling is like the monster, it makes it like so tough. Which is why like it's cool. Like we're hitting episode 4. We started in October. We had to miss a week along the way. No big deal. But yeah, like I feel like we're moving at a fun pace. Like this adventure stays front of mind for me. I don't know about you guys, but like I definitely think about it a lot in like the weeks between when we're here, yeah. So, you all leveled up last time. That was exciting. Mm-hmm. That's good stuff.
Yeah. We haven't done anything with it yet, but
I'm so excited.
We leveled up.
Yeah.
Some of us got some epic loot as well.
Yeah.
Some of us choose not to wear our epic
There's plenty of epic loot out there to be found. One might wonder, like, what awaits us in Saltersport. Let's see. Who's to say? I'm super curious. I just noticed that I don't have our Twitch chat in here. Give me 1 second, and I'm just going to try to, like, see if I can't bring that up for us. As I usually like to like preserve that while we're kicking along here. So yeah, what else is new in everybody's world? We're crawling up on like Christmas pretty soon here. Hanukkah just wrapped. It's like the middle of December. It's a crazy time in the world. Yeah, I don't know. Anything exciting?
It feels like there is like I finished my work today, my last day before the holidays, and I am there is so much content out in the world, including all the stuff that you produce, but there's so much like Spider-Man came out last night. Matrix comes out next week. Wheel of Time is wrapping up. I haven't started Hawkeye yet. There's just like so much. There's so much to watch. There's too much stuff in the world right now. It's too much.
Ray, stop talking about our competition. People should only be watching Humbleyuir.
Okay, yeah. All of that stuff I mentioned, except for Wheel of Time, because Rich podcast, it all is trash. All the rest of it. Don't listen.
Yeah.
Don't don't watch any of that stuff.
Yeah. There's a disturbing lack of hedgehogs in all of them.
Yeah, really. If you're digging Humbleyuir, then watch The Wheel of Time. There's definitely like some simpatico energy that I'm like channeling. Certainly like from the books. I'm like so deep into The Wheel of Time right now. And like no spoilers, but I just wanted to like tell you this, Grace, as we got to like podcast together about Dune, and we've been talking a lot about Dune. I believe that the lady in like the cold open of the episode this week, episode 7 of season 1, actually was like the stunt double for Jessica on the Dune film, which I thought was like very interesting. That's cool. I love when there's like fun crossover energy like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah, there's a ton of stuff out. I really badly want to see Spider-Man. I'm repping like my Spider-Man gear today, but I'm afraid to go to a movie theater, so probably I won't and will end up spoiled. But such is life, I guess.
I will say, last night it was as to be expected. When I bought my ticket, I was like, that's empty little section of the thing. Like that's an empty little row. I get there and everybody is like already in their seats. And I'm like, oh, I do have to sit next to two people. I was like, yeah, I don't know if I can go to the movie theater much if this is actually what it's going to be for the next little while. But
yep, it's a wild time out there in the world these days. It was different times, but the one probably worst cramped movie theater experience I had. I'm sure I've recounted this story to some of you guys, but Batman was coming out, the third Batman movie, Nolan's trilogy, right? And so, like, I'm going to see it, and they were doing a marathon.
Not Batman Forever, then.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's El Clasico, too. But there, like, I'm a very young fellow. But they were doing a marathon where they played, like, Batman and then The Dark Knight into the last one, which I should remember the name of, but I don't.
Dark Knight Rises. It's kind of like,
you.
It blends in with the second one, right?
It does, yeah. It's very tricky. Of course, Rises. But I ended up, like, in the movie theater for 9 hours straight, sitting next to a couple of high school kids with, like, some really potent odor emanating off of them. And it just was a harrowing experience, to say the least. Much less dangerous than I think going to the movie theaters nowadays, but very stressful. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, good.
That's a totally irrelevant anecdote for me to recount to all you guys. So probably
it's about being in a cramped movie theater. It was great. It was good.
I guess.
You got it.
Yeah, I guess.
It's really wild to me because I feel like so many people have like these like really awful like movie theater experiences, and I don't think I've had anywhere I've like walked out of a movie showing and been like, it was terrible because of the like environment around me, and I'm like, is this like something that is like uniquely like North American, or is it just like I've just been really lucky? I don't know, but it's wild. Like it seems like everyone has these stories that I just don't have.
The most memorable one for me, there was a guy we were watching. I think it was Austin Powers, the last one, the third one, which I was probably too young to go see. But there's a guy in front of us who just would yell every subtitle that came. And I'd never seen that before. I'd never seen the reading of the subtitles out loud for the benefit of everybody else who might have poor eyesight. That's a very memorable one. Yeah. He'd just be like, England, 1972. Like, I can see it. I know.
Also, today in stereotypes, Ireland has announced new restrictions, so pubs and clubs and restaurants now have to close at 8 o'clock. And in response, everybody's going to the pub 2 hours earlier now.
Yeah.
The pubs are just opening earlier to accommodate.
BC put in new restrictions today too, although, yeah.
They're on the Irish subreddit, there's a lot of day drinking memes going around, which I'm kind of enjoying.
I can't tell you how much I love the fact that you guys are just like, okay, what's the workaround here?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Sounds like something us Aussies would do too.
Yeah, for real.
To be fair.
The good one is, who wants to get married so we can have a party? It's the only way around it.
I mean, Canadians too. I think this might just be a Commonwealth thing. They all like to drink, I think.
Yeah.
I love it.
I think anybody who was part of the British Empire for an extended period of time just really realized the value of strong alcohol.
Yeah.
It's true.
Don't blame them, really. Don't blame them. It was quite an empire, I suppose. So, yeah, Humblewood, Dungeons and Dragons. We showed up early just so we could talk for an extra hour and hang out.
That's right.
Do you guys want to play? Should we play the Humblewood?
Yeah.
Nah.
We should probably.
Nah.
Let's get this curiosity.
Let's get this adorable show on the road.
That has an enormous amount of murder in it.
I did ask you guys already, but does anybody have any housekeeping, bookkeeping questions? Is there anything we need to go over before we get to where we last left our heroes? No? Everybody's good?
Let's do it.
Okay, cool. We left off with a level up last time, which is awesome. You guys all 4th level now. Still little bibby adventurers, you're pretty squishy and small. No 2 attacks around yet, but we're getting there. We're closing in that big level 5. Exciting stuff. So, I think that where last we left our heroes, the Marshview 5, as they have been so dubbed by Odella Honorel. The lot of you, some having made your homes there for many years, some returning after years away, ended up rallying together in the city of Marshview, one of the westernmost cities of the Humbleyuir, in the southwestern corner, tucked out of the way, a place that travelers do not pass through with frequency, a place isolated from the rest of the community at large. And as we gathered for our autumn festival, brigands and thieves, the Dawncallers, a troop of bandits compromised seemingly only of gallus, chickens, and roosters, made a move, stealing from the High Hearth Inn the Nightfather's staff. The old staff found by adventurers of old many decades ago and kept in this place, in a high place of honor above the bar. So the group of you began a hot pursuit, chasing them down the road. You ended up tangling with some of the bandits. You met their infamous leader, Rollins Korn, the overly aggressive and slightly annoying Gallus bandit captain running this small crew in charge of stealing this staff. One thing led to another. You managed to rescue what was thought to be a dead perch guard. The perch guard, of course, the soldiers, the peacekeepers, the guardsmen of the Humbleyuir at large, sent out from Alderheart, the kind of center of the forest community, to protect the roads and pathways that the folk of the Humblewood travel in their day-to-day. And so, having saved this young guard, the fellow named Barnaby, you sent him and Rollins Korn back to Marshview to await word from the lot of you, pressing further into the forest. You met an old Vulpin, a fox-folk, a man who called himself Old Knoll, who followed the journey with you. You were ambushed by a pair of mountain lions that the group of you fought off with ease, and finally arriving at this old site called the Deep Well, a place of memory, a place of remembrance for one of the brave companions of over a century ago, the hero known as Brigitte. Upon arriving there, you were ambushed by skeletal bird folk who were in the trees, leaping down from above to surround and attack the lot of you. And that is where we picked up in our last session, the group of you fighting frantically against these undead bird folk, as it were, driving them back, shattering the magic that was animating their long dead bones, and driving them back into the ground. After a harrowing ordeal, you gathered yourselves and you slept, resting for a night in this grove in the southern part of the Humblewood, beneath and beside the kind of deep well pool, this place of remembrance for the hero of old, Brigitte. And through the night, seemingly the ghost of that long-dead Jerbeen hero appeared, speaking with one young Holly Goodtail, asking her to dive into the depths of the pool, plunging to the bottom to retrieve her long-lost breastplate, which the young Jerbeen warrior did. So Holly On your first watch, you submerged yourself into these waters, using all the might of your strength to pull this ancient breastplate up from the depths of this well of water, reluctant to place it on yourself. For your own thoughts about your worth and value, your right to wear such a treasured item. The siblings, Obi and Odella, had a moment to reunite with one another, discussing what has transpired in their lives over these past years. Odella revealing quite a bit about her checkered past, the years that she spent on the streets of Saltersport, things stolen, relationships gone south, complications afoot. Almond, you spoke with old Noel, curious as to whether or not he was concealing some part of his past, and you managed to in fact reveal that perhaps, against all odds, this old Vulpin man who had joined you on your travels through the wood may be one of the very heroes of legend that Brigitte used to travel with. Quilliam just slept all night because he's a tired old man. And he did a lot of adorable hedgehog snoring. And so, wakening upon the morning, the five of you discussing with old Noel the plans, the needs that you have, you made a decision that you were going to travel to the city of Saltersport, just a day or so's journey to the east, a large coastal city built by the bird folk of the Humbleyuir. You got word of a shop there, the Marguerite Rose, a place that Odella may or may not be welcome to return to again. And apparently the owner and proprietor of this shop, an old bird folk known simply as the Captain, may have some information that could prove useful to you in retrieving the lost items of these brave companions from the century before, as it seems that their enemy, ancient necromancer who rose up the corpses of the dead, may walk the wood again. And so you decided to head to the city to speak with the captain, to stop at the Marguerite Rose, to see what you might learn, at least as a sort of midway point while you make your way to Magni's Hold, monastery north in the forest, a place that you believe you can certainly get information about some of these old items. So I think that as the camera opens today, we see the fall wood. It's blustery. The wind gusts through the trees, leaves fluttering down amongst the roadside. A cold bite in the air as you go. And we see the five of you walking with old Noel himself. Are you guys? Is there a conversation? What do we see here, my friends?
Well, Noel, I don't know if it's the same for you, but I've heard most people of our age sometimes don't need as much sleep as we get older. I'm finding that it is the opposite. Oh, getting out of bed in the morning can sometimes be quite a hassle. What do you think?
No, it's absolutely true. I mean, the fact is, as the years have rolled by, I find myself trying to avoid sleep as much as possible. It seems to me like I've done far too much sleeping in this life. But it ain't easy getting up in the morning. On that we can agree, my old friend. I mean, I don't even have the luxury of a bed most nights, so you put me in a nice down mattress and I'll curl up for a solid 6 hours without flinching.
Well, if you ever find yourself around my neck of the woods, you always have a warm bed. I'll have to clear the bugs out of it, but I think it will be all right.
Aw, a few bugs never hurt anybody, did they?
Well, it depends if I ask them to or not, if I'm being completely honest.
That's pretty ominous. I'll be honest. I've seen the way you whisper to those little fellas, and, well, I wouldn't want you sicking a swarm of fleas on me, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, no, I wouldn't do that.
I appreciate it, though. I'll remember that. Means a lot.
Oh, you said you don't normally have a bed. Where are you from?
From?
Where do you live? Do you have a residence?
Oh, no.
Listen, I'm not asking. If you don't, it's cool. I slept in an alleyway for a long time. So.
I've slept in plenty myself. I usually try to stay out in parts less frequented, as it were. Got a few good caves here and there, a hollow or two, old empty tree stumps, and, well, I find my way. But no home to speak of other than the road.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I had a little home. It was a box, but then it rained, so.
Oh yeah, that's not terrific.
No.
They'll fall right apart on you.
Yeah, it's a good box. It's lasted like 2 rainstorms.
It's actually really quite an innovation when the bird folk figured out how to press that cardboard. They got a whole mechanism down there in the port.
It's true. Yeah. Back to the cardboard factory.
Yeah. Really changed the way we live.
When you told me that your house was, new technology, new developments, I really thought it was something more than a box.
No, just a box. Yeah.
And what was the rent on that like?
Oh, nothing. It was right by a dumpster too.
That
was great. You could eat as much. Wait.
Very
like
manageable.
What? Yeah, it's a steal. It was. I did steal it. I did literally steal that box. It was somebody else's box, and I did steal it. That's true.
I thought you said it was cardboard.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Not a steel box.
Oh no, I mean a steel box would be real heavy to move around. Actually,
that would have been nice.
I think
nice. People are very protective.
It must have been an impressive storm.
The problem is people are very,
very
protective of their steel boxes. That's the problem. It's so hard.
I think that on this notion of how heavy it would be to move around a steel box, Noel turns, glancing over at Holly. Small Holly Goodtail, might I ask, what are you doing with this breastplate that you found? Are you just like carrying it down the road?
Yeah, I think it's strapped to her bag.
Okay.
So it kind of like planks and planks as she walks.
Yep.
Clank, 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 clank.
He's like, is that giving you any trouble there, Miss Goodtail? Or it just seems like quite a hefty thing. I mean, I know you're strong as can be. I don't mean otherwise, but...
Nah, it's real good. Works. Fine.
All right. Well, listen, we're gonna make our way down into Saltersport, right outside on sort of the beaches southwest of town. That's where the Marguerite Rose is. I'm sure some of you have ever been here before or seen it. It's an old ship. They say when the hull got cracked on her, it wasn't worth fixing, so the captain decided to have her pulled up on the shore and set into place. Built her shop right out of it, actually. It's quite a unique storefront, really. But
I look forward to seeing it. It's been so long since I've been anywhere that hasn't been Marshview. A change of scenery will be pleasant, I think.
So,
and Odella can show us around.
Maybe. See, here's the thing. Is like a long time ago, I did maybe try to steal something from the store, and he may have caught me. And to be fair, he did let me off pretty easy. But then I joined this like thieves guild that he told me not to join, and so I don't know if he's gonna like to see me. And, to be fair, I did then, leave that thieves guild. So maybe, I took his lesson to heart just like years later.
Oh well, did you apologize?
No. I didn't.
Oh well, we must go there immediately so you can apologize.
That's so long ago, though. It's this whole stealing. I don't want to bring up bad memories and put ideas in anybody else. What if somebody else is there and I'm like, sorry for stealing? They're like, stealing, that is a good idea, and they try to. It's a bad. We should bring it up. Maybe I won't even go in.
I think that well, if they are anything like me or any of the other elderly folk around here, they would be happy to see you back, Odella.
Yeah, I feel like these are different. This guy's called the captain. This is quite different elderly folk, you know.
Well, the captain's got quite a reputation, actually, for taking in strays and such, folk who don't quite fit perfect anywhere else. So I'll be perfectly frank with Miss Odella. They don't forget a face. So an apology, well, I don't want to tell you what to do, but that might well be in order if it comes to it.
Yeah.
That or at least a mask or something. I don't.
A mask. That's good. You have a mask, Noel?
No, at all.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah. Ms. Odell,
Well, I have a hood.
I have a lot of experience apologizing for things. So you have to like pretend like you mean it. Because if you're like really, if you don't mean it and like they know you don't mean it, then it doesn't really do anything. So you have to pretend, and it really helps if you like actually say the word sorry. Like don't just like, you know,
so hard to say.
Don't
Though.
just like talk about like, you know,
Maybe
all the
even-
things that they did wrong and why it's
And,
all their
like,
fault.
yeah,
Like
and-
how they started
like-
the whole fight to begin with, and how
No,
them having a
this is-
broken arm is really their fault. Like don't. Okay.
No, that's what I was gonna add. Like, when I'm apologizing, who else do I put the blame on?
Well,
So that it's like not me,
I mean,
and then they don't get mad.
that's not always exactly a viable option. I mean, I could ask if you actually would mean it, but it seems pretty clear you wouldn't. So your little friend here has. I mean, this is some good advice from Miss
I do
Goodtail.
feel bad about it.
Well, there
I
you
do.
go.
Yeah.
Well, then you
Just say
then
that.
use it.
Hmm.
You know, channel that emotion into what you're trying to do. It's just performance. You know, if you feel bad, make it outward. You know, express it, and you don't have to find the perfect words. Let it just flow through you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and don't
And
say
I
like
have to
I'm
say
sorry
sorry?
you made me do this to you. Like,
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
not.
no.
It turns out they don't like that very much.
No, she's right.
Hmm.
Yeah, definitely.
Like he displays all the stuff like it's not even locked up.
You know, like it sounds like he's a real
Yeah.
dum-dum, and he deserved what you did.
I mean-
But you can't say those words. People don't like it when you call them dum-dums. This is what I've learned.
Just
not a
minor, very minor footnote,
That
but
much
the
is true.
captain is
I
actually a
love that.
lady. So yeah, I'll just
Oh.
throw that out. Yep.
Lady.
Yeah, no, she's not dumb at all. But and yeah, quite scary. In fact, is part of the problem with not wanting to apologize.
That is
Yeah.
true.
Well, would it be helpful to practice? Would it be helpful to just take a moment and just practice? Like if you, Ahmed, you know, come over here. If you,
Yes,
Odella,
pretend you are a captain.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Ahmed here is the captain. Ode,
Mm-hmm.
Ahoy, hoy.
express.
That
actually
sounds
pretty good.
exactly. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, that's good. So Captain, remember when you had like this all your stuff just laying around, so easily able to see it, and like you weren't watching, and I took it.
Weren't even watching. They did have it coming.
You know about that when that happened. I do want to say that I'm sorry that happened. That I ended up in a situation where I stole from your shop. It just was so tempting.
No notes. That's perfect.
Wait, what?
No notes. It's great apology.
Great. Okay. Well, this is helpful.
So believable. I am touched. It's always good to see a moving
I
performance.
think Oda's
like that.
like standing much taller. Very proud. Well, great.
I think Noel is like,
Well, I
go
think
for it.
it's important to ensure that that the performance is heartfelt. Armand, did you embodied the captain? Did you feel that to be a genuine apology? Did you feel warm, relieved of this burden between the two of you?
To be fair, I didn't even steal it because I got caught. So what am I even apologizing for? You know.
It's a great point.
It's a great point. It's a great point.
I would disagree. I think intention is really the it doesn't matter if you got caught or not.
Quilliam, I steal from you all
I
the
regularly
time.
catch you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Noel leans over to you, Almond, and he's like, "They sure do keep you busy, huh?"
Yeah, I'm not sure how well this is gonna go.
No, me either, but, I mean, we just gotta cross our fingers and we're hope for the best, I think. I'm not sure we got a ton of options. Hey, so we should make one stop before we roll into town. I've got a little stash of some things that I think might be of use to you. Stuff I don't need much anymore. I mean, I know the lot of you came running right quick out of your town, right? And I don't...
Well, yeah, a little bit.
You telling me you got a box?
Well, you've been so helpful so far.
I got a small stash of coin and such that might be able to help ease some of the tensions if things play out as they seem like they might, given that very moving performance.
Oh, I'm sure that's unnecessary. Isn't that right, everybody?
Oh, no, Quilliam's dead wrong. I don't know if you know this, but I love coins so much.
I didn't know it, but I was speculating. I'll be frank about it.
Yeah. Great.
Well, it never hurts to have a backup plan, right?
Well, my backup plan was to hit him real hard, but that's fine too.
Well,
don't hit or no.
Captain, I mean, you're real tough and everything, Miss Holly. I don't mean nothing by it, but Captain's kind of a fierce lady, and we probably don't want to get in a real fisticuffs kind of situation there in her shop, as it's filled with weapons and armaments and all sorts of things like that, you know.
What about everyone else that's going to be there? Like, can I hit them?
If I'll point out if anybody from the guild that I screwed over, I'll point them out right away. I'm gonna run away, but you could definitely hit them.
Great.
But only if they deserve it. Now,
They were mean to Miss Odella.
Does this guild that you're on the wrong side that you run away from? Do they know your real name? Is it going to be a problem if I go into town and I'm saying, "Hello, I'm Obi Ornarel," and they're like, "Ornarel, I know your sister," and that's bad.
Wait, do you give your last name to just everybody you meet? Is it like, I don't.
Well, yes, it's part of the branding. You know, you roll into town, you perform. You know, you want people to know your name, so you say your name.
I did use a fake name a lot of the times, but then also I did trust some of them and did give my real name. So word is probably spread.
What was your fake name?
Yeah, my fake name generator.
Fake name generator.
Name generator. 5e.
As long as it wasn't Obi.
Yeah, I use Obi. That's what the name is.
It's the Cathario of Humbleyuir.
I just use your name.
Flawless plan.
Give my full name. Quilliam is a very popular name. I don't want to be confused with the many other Quilliams.
What was the name of that guild?
Guild name generator.
I just was wondering, as there have been a couple over the years in Saltersport, and some that linger and some that kind of fell apart, but
yeah, they were the Storm Shadows.
Oh yeah, those guys.
Yeah, pretty rough. Yeah.
I heard that they took out those snake eyes that were there before them. Well, all right, we're kind of close by. Let's head down this here path. We're gonna have to cross over a little footbridge over one of the streams. And I think Noel is like kind of turning down this road, winding up. You hear the sound of kind of water rushing over rock in front of you. The like fall leaves again, kind of like cascading with this cold, biting wind. I think the air above kind of gray and dull. The sky overcast as clouds are gathering. And yeah, Noel leads you along down this path. And you come up along like kind of next to the river, and you could see up in front of you, I think he's like, oh, well, that's not ideal. As the bunch of you are like making your way down this little footpath out of the woods, and what you see is what looks like this wooden bridge that's been run across this little bit of a river. It's not a rushing river. Stream might be a better term to describe it, quite frankly. But the water like is running a little high. The banks are a bit high, and I think you could see like the river like hits this little island in the middle, but a portion of it has been like battered and kind of washed away as you're approaching. And Noel's just like, oh hell, well that ain't ideal, really. Let me bring you all over.
How far across is it?
I'll put you here on this map and let's have a look. It's not
Cool map alert.
A cool map alert. Hold on one second. Let's show the people this cool map.
Ooh. So autumnal.
It is. It's an autumnal map. As I very foolishly was like, yeah, we'll start the campaign in the fall. We'll end it in the fall. Just a couple sessions.
It'll be fine, yeah.
We'll
I know
end
it's snowing in Vancouver today.
Yeah, we'll end it by next fall.
Yeah, that's right.
Or by Australian fall.
And
That's
so,
fine.
Yeah.
As you all are like approaching the river bank, like kind of running over on your right, water kind of cascading south towards the sea out of the Yuirwood to your north, you could see where the trail like kind of meets the road and this washed out section of bridge. It's not incredibly far, but it's a span of about 20-25 feet.
Interesting.
All right.
So I think Noel's like, well, I don't have my rope on me. What do you all
I
think?
do have rope.
It is truly wild to me that my Jerbeen mouse can jump further than my monk can. It's fun. It's so dumb.
Are you saying that we should polymorph Tala Petra Core is not her name? How do we shouldn't do that. No. Okay.
I do have rope.
William
No, what were you
suddenly
thinking?
starts speaking in a thick Irish accent. Something's wrong.
I have a base long jump of 30 feet, so just putting that information.
Wow.
You just jump your movement speed.
Yeah. So I think Holly
William
looks at this and
will
goes,
shuffle-
"Okay, does anyone need help?"
How can somebody...
William's going to
Wait,
shuffle
a
over
base...
to the damaged bridge and cast mending and go, oh, well, it was worth the shot. I
A
don't think
base
that does
jumping of
much.
30 feet?
Yeah, and a high jump of 15 feet, with or without a running start. It's standing leap. It's a Jerbeen racial trait.
Oh my gosh.
That is
That is
incredible.
such a long jump.
I know.
Haven't y'all ever had a mouse just jump up and run right up underneath your shirt while you're walking through a field in the summer, or is that just a thing the Dungeon Master's experienced? No, that's never
The
happened to
Pullman
any of
talking
you
right
all,
now.
no?
I
First
hope
part.
he has not experienced that. That's
Oh,
real
he
weird.
definitely has. This is a real personal anecdote that's being recounted
Wow.
through the voice of old Noel.
NPC note: the dungeon master.
Yeah, who's that guy?
Well, he did say earlier that he has slept in a
that
few
guy?
good games, so it's for to be the dungeon master next. Can we see that tree that's up ahead?
Yeah, for
Can
sure.
I investigate
Yeah,
it to see if it's like crossable?
Sure, there's a tree much further up the path. If you want to make your way up there, Odella, like a kind of scope it out, go for it. Quilliam, like at the bank, kind of like looking at the bridge, like unable to mend it. Odella's going to make her way up, like way to the north of like you guys, solid like 50, 60 feet
Yeah,
up
once
there to,
again,
like, scope
separated
this
from-
tree out. Yeah.
I just run off.
I think as Ode begins running off, like Ode
Yeah.
kind of like,
Yeah, it's a good.
oh
Yeah.
no, not again. he's gonna kind of position himself somewhere.
I did expect when I made a
little bit.
character who like ran off to Salter's Port that also I would then just immediately. This is the third time I'm just like I'm gonna go.
Yep.
I believe you were told to do it the first time, though. You had Longstrider on you, and you just took
Very
off.
true. So Odella, as you come over and scope this tree, like you could determine, like, yes, you could pretty easily like scrabble over this thing. It wouldn't necessarily like take any incredible like feat of agility or anything like that. Certainly with a little help from each other, a lot of you, like, you and Obi, are like really good climbers. You could help Quilliam easily enough, right? Nothing personal to the dear old man, but he's probably the weakest link in the obstacle course situation,
These knees aren't what they used to be. How fast is the river flowing, or the stream going?
So it looks like,
How deep
yeah,
is it?
it's a solid, like off the bank, it's probably only like 2 or 3 feet. The bank kind of falls in a bit far, but the river is like moving along, right? It's not like a gushing torrent that's going to like catch you up and drag you away immediately, but it looks like slightly dangerous water, right? It wouldn't be that easy to just kind of walk across.
Is it swimmable?
Yeah.
Like I just have this picture of just like
You could try to, you could,
tiny little hedgehog
Okay.
feet trying to go across.
I think as like
Just floating.
like sees that the tree is like maybe this is like I don't, but it's like. And then you're like, oh, it's swimmable. I think maybe a perception check. Can I see if there's anything in the water? Or
yeah, make a
across?
perception check, yeah.
I feel like we
please.
should, start checking out.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, that's a big critical one.
I feel like there's something, but no. I
So,
guess.
Odella's like kind of scanning stuff, seeing what's like going on over here, peering around under the tree. Obi has like kind of like bridged the gap, closing some of the distance towards his sister, who's way the heck up there on her own. Almond, what are you up to here? As everybody's kind of like mucking around, examining things. Where are you at? What are you doing?
Well, my roll 20 is still
Oh,
loading. So
does that.
yeah.
You have the Twitch
so
open. You can see on
the water's going a little too fast for Armin to just walk through it.
It is, yeah. It's like
Okay.
like if you had a rope or some kind of handhold, you could probably walk through it. It gets like a bit deeper out towards the middle, but like you're pretty tall, particularly of this crew. Yeah.
Can I get across and tie some rope to a tree? And is that helpful?
It certainly wouldn't hurt.
how on earth are you going to get across, Holly?
Oh,
this tree. This tree looks very crossable.
What?
There's a rope.
I
We can't hear you. We're real old.
Mm.
I mean,
The tree
Quite
is
protective,
very
have you know.
crossable. I have a rope. If you need a rope.
Should we go up
No,
where she
we
is?
won't give up hope.
No. Obi trots over and translates,
Yeah, the middleman.
conveying the
That's
message.
amazing.
If we go, I'll hop. I'll tie rope to a tree. People can cross with the rope. That
Okay.
That sounds like a good plan.
Quilliam's just gonna dip a toe into the water, and you just see his quills just go. It's like, oh my, that's very cold.
So what do you guys want to do? Are you gonna jump, Holly? Is that the
Yeah.
plan?
I think I'm gonna jump
Oh, yeah, you
across
can just-
with the rope
I want to see this.
and tie it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll come back down and give you the rope.
Boing.
Yeah. So I jump 30 feet across.
I've actually got a pretty
Okay.
jumping distance as well, but
But I'm thinking up by where the tree is, like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, move
Yeah.
yourself. You guys like grab
Okay,
yourselves.
sorry.
We're-
Wait,
yeah, no problem.
wait. Did you jump with the whole rope, or am I holding the?
So the idea was, not to.
You
jump.
would tie it and then come back, or am I holding part of the rope? The other end.
Yeah. I think what I will do is I will take all of it, jump across, tie one end,
Yeah.
jump back with the other
Okay.
end, and then I will hold one end while you all cross, because I think I'm the strongest one here.
Low center of gravity too. Yeah, you're really
Yeah.
stable. Yep, you got
Yeah.
the good footing.
Yeah. I'm too zoomed out, but trying to I don't know where Holly is.
I mean, I'm gonna climb that sideways tree. It's very rare to get to climb a sideways tree.
Well, I was thinking of doing it. I don't know where Holly went. Oh no, sorry. I was gonna do it.
Holly over to the middle. Here, I'll bring you back to the squad. No problem.
Yeah. I'm
sorry.
too zoomed in. No, it's okay. I have 4 different things open on my on my screen, so I have to be sort of zoomed out.
You're preaching my problems. Yeah, I totally feel you. So you guys want to go up towards the downed tree to do this maneuvering and jumping. I think Noel then is like, all right, we can head on up there. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think making your way up, Noel kind of like meandering down the road, Quilliam and Almond like following along, right? Holly, you are gonna like jump to the other side with the tree, right? And I think that it is as you leap. I gotta look at my notes. Holly, what's your passive perception?
Oh, it's a 9. It's real bad.
Yeah, we love a real bad passive perception. That's
I know. I'm like,
favorite
should Holly look
here.
around? And I was like, no, man, she's not seeing anything.
I told you. I looked. There was a net
there's
one.
nothing
I looked
there.
though. Very confident. Just
yeah,
no
you're
danger.
confident there's nothing here. It's fine.
I think Holly like crouches
Definitely don't have
down.
the Twitch stream open and can.
No, there's nothing to see on the Twitch stream. Get out of here. As Holly like vaults to the far side, like landing lightly, beginning to like look over at the branches. I think that like surging up out of the water, you guys see the shape of this like massive sinuous form like lunge at the tiny Jerbeen, like just as she lands, and it tries to grab a hold of her. It's
Holly!
attacking with advantage because it's attacking from stealth. 24. We watch as like this massive, like seemingly like 16, 18 foot long, coiled, black scaled serpent lunges after the tiny form of the mouse, like grabbing a hold of her, and it begins like wrapping itself around her such that like she's almost like vanishing beneath it. The thing is so big. Holly, you're gonna take 13 points of bludgeoning damage, and you're grappled, and I think boom, let's roll initiative.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's do it. Holly!
What? Oh yeah, that's bad.
Don't die.
Oh yeah, that's bad.
Oh.
Whoa, 20!
20!
Even it up.
I love Holly popping off. I'm ready for this right here. Okay. Bear with me.
Just a little
second.
restrained, but that's fine.
Just a little restrained.
In the water. In the water? Out of the water.
Okay.
Yeah, are we worrying? Are you trying to drown my mouse? Because
Oh god.
that's a factor.
No.
Did you just feed a mouse to a snake?
Almost. Almost. I did. I worked.
Cue the show on Twitch, everybody.
Yeah. Really. I worked in the Bronx Zoo
Nature
reptile
is
house for a
beautiful.
long time, Aiden. I'm sorry. It's Pavlovian. Okay. Almonds.
The second she rolls
I know-
Getting a big
I
old snake
rolled
in
a
here at some point.
12 on my dice.
Yeah.
My roll 20 is still.
No problem. That's what I was going to say. I know Roll20 is fighting you, so feel free to like just use your
Yeah.
dice and we can make it work. No problem.
Yeah.
Is that 12 with no initiative modifier, or do you have an initiative?
I don't remember what it is. It was just 12 on the
Rich, you
dice.
get it.
I can. You what? Have a +4. Almond has crazy dexterity.
Ow!
Yeah, Almond rolled real well, if I remember.
Yeah, yes.
Domestic deer, scamping through the woods, they're dexterous.
They are nimble as it were. 'Tis the season of almonds right here. Okay, I got my snake. I got no other combatants on the board. Holly Goodtail, you're up on 24. You're grappled and restrained by the giant constrictor.
Grappled and restrained. Okay, so I can't take. Remind me what restrained does.
Yep, absolutely. Restrained means
You have.
Yep.
You have disadvantage on attacks, and things have advantage on attacks against you.
Right.
In addition to your speed being 0.
Yeah, and disadvantage on dex is great.
Very familiar with restraint after almost TPKing a creature
I bet, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a harrowing weekend.
I was on that group. It was legit, you guys.
And you were like, yes, I'm going to do that to somebody else.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, that great trick, clever ploy, Austin. How do I do this? Holly, you may use your action to try to escape, making an athletics or an acrobatics check if you want. Difficulty is 16. That's your action. But otherwise, what would you like to do?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Acrobatics check to try to wiggle my way out.
Okay, let's get a squirming little mouse. Go for it.
Oh.
15. That is heartbreaking.
That is heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking indeed.
I'm going to second win
Inspiration.
as my bonus action. You can't do that in this one. And that'll be my turn.
Okay, so you get 1d10 plus 4 for your second win. That's your bonus action. Holly is grabbed by this snake, and you see her like squirming, just about to like seemingly get free. And the snake like lunges again, grabbing a hold of her. Its body kind of like tumbling and tussling, wrapping around
Max
her.
health,
Water dripping off. Yeah, nice.
Love that guy next out.
Yeah, me too. Almond Illingsworth, you're up on 16. I know you can't see the map really well, but just imagine on like the far side of the bank, essentially. Like you're 20 feet from the bank. And then like another 10 feet past that is this snake right in the edge of the river, like kind of coming up out of the water with itself wrapped around poor Holly. Your friends kind of clustered all around you.
Okay.
I've just sent you a screenshot as well.
Oh,
If that
nice.
helps at all.
Teamwork. Love that.
Oh, my character sheet's almost loaded. Oh, come on.
Yeah, the cleric with all the spells
Yeah, exactly.
too. Yeah.
Okay, character sheet. I'll just use one of my Oh, no, hang on. Oh no, I'll probably still just use one of my cantrips. So I'm 30 feet away from them. Oh, okay. Oh, beautiful. Okay, I will toll the dead.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So a wisdom saving throw.
Got
from
it.
Mr. Snake Man.
We get that dinner bell gong. We're going to make a wisdom saving throw for our giant snake. It is not damaged yet, so it would be a D8. 17. Unbelievable. The snake shirking off the effects. The sound of the water running, the squeaking mouse, like drowning out the tolling of the bells. That's your action, Almond.
Don't use the term drowning.
Oh, yeah. My bad. Very inappropriate. Thank you. With that, Almond, you got movement and a bonus action.
Okay. Given some of us still have to actually get across.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
We're all still on the one
Yeah,
side.
my plan to take both sides of the rope really failed.
Backfire.
I am going to just readjust my screen a little bit so that I can see better. I will cast my spiritual weapon.
Ooh, the rolling pin
Let's
appears.
get Roland out. Let's move that out of the way so I can see what's happening. Oh, no. And then I can make a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon. So okay, how do I do that? Do I
You just
on
click the spell, and then it will ask you what to cast it at. And it will...
Hey, there we go.
Nice.
Oh, come on.
An 11. It doesn't have a great AC, to be honest with you, but it's a little bit better than 11. So the spiritual rolling pin like thumps down onto the side of it, but it's just like not enough to actually do any meaningful damage. As the snake is like kind of thrashing and rolling with Holly. Yeah. Unfortunately, Almond, that's your action. That's your bonus action. You got a little movement if you want to reposition over near the bank or anything like that. Otherwise, Odella up next.
Yeah, I will. Whoop, whoop.
Oh, nice.
Gosh.
Cool. Yeah.
Yep.
So you come darting over to the base of the river, the roots of this like tree kind of like jutting up, dirt like kind of washing away in the water beneath. Almond, that's your turn. Odella, you're up on 15.
Odella will like pull out her short bow and shoot at the snake. Their action.
19 hits.
So let me ask you a question. I have the sneak attack there. I get sneak attack if somebody was within 5 feet, but I am assuming that Holly, who is restrained, does not.
She still counts
towards that, but
yeah,
okay.
She does still count because like she's threatening it. Its attention is like fixated on Holly, not you, right? So you're able to like sink an arrow right in like the back of kind of the snake's head for 6 points of sneak attack. That's 16 points of damage. Massive, Odella. That's your action. You got movement and a bonus action.
I'm gonna head as far as I can. 5. You tell me if like I can do this. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and then I'll bonus action dash 5, 10, 15 to hopefully set up somebody for flanking.
Yeah, so we see Odella like fire the arrow, leap up, scurrying over like the mass of roots and down onto the trunk of the tree. You come like darting across, like leaping through the branches, leaves falling off the top of this tree that obviously like just recently went into this river, right? And you like dart down, racing along the edge of the snake. I think we see the snake's mouth like snatching and like grabbing for you, but you're able to kind of like get some footing on the bank of the other side, no problem.
Odella like did this like very like quickly, was like, shoot, run, get as close, like get in position, and then like looks up and see the snake is just like, what did I just do? Why did I do that? Like, that's so dumb. But, like, fine. It, like, has a bow, a short bow, which is a bad idea. But that's the end of her turn.
Excellent. Odella Honorel, followed by her brother Obi Honorel. You are up, Austin.
So I think Obi unsheaths his brandished sword, unclips his little buckler shield with its like tambourine-like discs around the edge, and races after his sister. I think as he sort of leaps up onto the tree that's crossing the river, he kind of leaps with like a little bit of a somersault, a little bit of flair as he lands, and then scrabbles forward, and he's going to move into that flanking position, balanced on the tree across the river, as he sort of takes a leaping jump, and as he does, he like turns and strikes into the creature.
The like spinning slash. I love it. Go ahead and make an attack with advantage as your sister is poised on the other side, the snake fixated on her.
Let's see how we go.
Also, you're down some hit points. Is that accurate? You are down HP? Or should you be at full?
I should be at full.
I'm just seeing your token. I thought you should.
Since our...
We long rested,
yeah. 16.
It might be tied to my old. It might be tied to my old sheet. That might be the issue.
16 totally hits. Obi, go ahead and roll some damage.
Oh yeah, that's true. This is attached to roll cheap because my hit points total is not.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, so he comes down, slashing into it for 11 points total, as he stabs into it with the brandished sword.
Nice.
And as he sort of rears back, getting his balance on this point here, I think he looks to Holly as she's trying to like squirm her way out of the constrictor snake, and he looks at her and says, "Holly, think of Brigida, you can do this!" And he's going to give her bardic inspiration with his bonus action.
Nice.
So you have, I believe it's a D6. You can add to something you'd like within the next minute, or however long it is. Next 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Obi.
Yeah.
Also, is that snake biting into the breastplate at the moment?
I love. Thank you, Mr. O. It stuck restrained by a snake. It's so cute.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Very cute. Yeah. Mr. Obi. It's like Mr. Anderson. That's a like 6 spinning slash. Snake scales slice open underneath the bite of your ornamental blade. And yeah, you throw words of encouragement to young Holly. Obi, that is your turn on 13. Is that it? Okay.
That's me.
That will bring us to Old Noel. I think Old Noel is just like, I don't believe this. It's been years since I've seen a snake that big around these parts. Hang on, Holly. And he is going to, oh yeah, I think that he raises up his staff, and you see him reach into his pocket. He pulls out this length of string that he hooks to the top and suddenly the bottom, and you realize it's a bow, this quarterstaff that he has, as he's pulling it back, and he's I'm not quite the shot I used to be, but I'll sure as hell try. And so he's going to cast Hunter's Mark on the snake and pop off a shot.
I wonder what class he is.
I was going to say, that is not what I thought Old Noel was. So.
There's a whole thing in episode 1 about, what class is Austin's character now? What class is Noel?
I thought he was a cleric, for sure.
I did as well. Quarterstaffs really trick you.
Yeah.
Well, it was clearly a bow.
Yeah.
Okay. He shoots. An arrow sailing, and it misses solidly. The snake thrashing, it kind of goes high, thunking into the dirt behind, and he's just oh hell, all right, try one more. And he yanks another arrow out from the kind of log pack next to him and fires again. 21 will hit. For 9 plus 5, that's 14 points of damage into the snake. All right, that's a little more like it. That's Old Noel's turn. The snake goes. Snake. Okay. It's got you here, poor Holly. And I think now it rears up while it's holding you, the mouth arcing up into the air above, and it strikes down at you while it's got a hold of you here. 11. I think that's a miss, Holly, right?
Is it an advantage?
15. It's still a miss.
It's an advantage if it's restrained.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
nice.
It's still a miss.
It is an advantage. You're right. The 15 still misses as it strikes down and you twist sideways. I think its teeth are grinding into the breastplate, hanging over your back to no avail. That's the snake. Quilliam, you're up on 6.
Stephen, we need your help. And bubbling water will be this ethereal silvery bear that shows up, let's say, just beneath the rolling pin. So let's go there. And everybody will get 9 temporary hit points and advantage on strength checks or saving throws.
What's the size of the aura exactly, Quilliam?
30 feet, I believe. Let me just get you a 100%.
Very nice. Bing.
There you go.
That bear scares me, and yet somehow I feel stronger with it.
Use the fear. Yeah, I can put it up to 30 foot radius. Yeah.
Excellent. We'll shift it into the orange so it's not too weird looking. Boom, you drop. The bear appears, this spectral bear rising up out of the water. The rest of you feeling emboldened and heartened. Quilliam, that's your action. What else you got?
That's a bonus action.
Oh, it is. You're right.
So Quilliam will go as fast as his tiny little paws and go, okay, for Holly. And he'll go tick, 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 and just go bloop, and disappear underneath the water. And he shall also do a thing, but I shall reveal that on my next go, and that is my turn.
Okay, I don't need
Quilliam
to make you
has...
roll,
What could it be when a druid does a thing?
Yeah.
What could it be?
He's going to use this action to wild shape underneath the water.
Excellent. What could it be? Okay, Quilliam, that's you on 6. That's the end of the turn. Oh no, wait. I think that you guys hear the sound of like sucking from the mud, like something like wrenching itself up out of like the tumultuous kind of like soupy earth that is over here. And as the pair of you all like peer downstream, Obi standing on the tree trunk, looking over the snake, you catch easy sight of it. Holly is like, your head is like peeking up out from this thing where it's like crushing you. Odella off to your left shoulder. Quilliam, you're underwater. You might not notice it, but I think old Noel is just like, oh hell, as you guys like look down, and what you see is it appears to be a massive, like heaving, just like mass of plant matter that is just like it starts like surging its way through the water, and I think it pulls itself up on the bank over here and swarms old Noel.
Arguably the strongest out of any of us, but still, no.
Yeah, he has multi-attack, please, no.
Did that thing technically, like, did it actually move up into my range and then move out of it, or was
that was just me moving it awkwardly as I was trying to like figure out where I was going and make sure it came in ominously on the screen. I think it just surges off this island just south of you and like begins pulling itself up onto the bank in front of Noel, and it rears up these two kind of massive pseudopods like stretching out from it as it just looms up into the air, and it is going to slam old Noel twice.
No!
Oops, I'm set to whisper, but I rolled a 23 and a 17. The stream will keep me honest. Both of those attacks hit old Noel, which means I'm going to roll a bunch of damage on the poor old fella. That's 23 points of damage. Old Noel's like, ah! It's like he goes like behind it, and this thing just proceeds to start engulfing him. If both attacks had hit a medium or smaller creature, the target is grappled, and the shambling mound uses engulf upon it, which means it like swarms up over the top of old Noel, who you see kind of vanish underneath the mass of it. Brutal.
Here immediately.
Quick! Somebody call the wardens from Clarendar. Holly Goodtail, you're up on 24.
Sorry.
Oh, wow, there it is.
I mean, it was coming the second you knew it was there, but anyway.
Yeah.
I think as soon as this happens, Holly's like, I'm fine, help old Noel! And she's gonna try to hit the snake at disadvantage.
Okay.
Yeah. 13?
Hits the snake at disadvantage, Holly.
For 6?
Very, very, very nice. You like chop down into this thing for 6 points of slashing damage. The snake like pretty like battered and banged up actually at this point. Holly, that's your action, movement, bonus action. You can't move bonus action. Anything else?
So can I do my help bonus action even though I'm restrained if I'm like trying to like distract it and keep it focused on me so that somebody else...
Yeah,
okay.
I think like totally. You're definitely within 5 feet of Odella, right? You could help her.
So
sure.
I only have to be within 5 feet of the thing that is being attacked.
Oh yeah, then you're 100% good.
So
yeah.
I think I'm gonna try to.
You're like it's less than
help.
5 feet. You're right there.
Yeah.
You are about
Yeah,
as close
I'm-
as you can possibly be to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna help Odella to give her advantage so that Obi is free to do whatever he wants to do. But
Okay,
that's my turn.
Got it. So you were like helping sweet Odella next to you. That's your turn. Almond Dillingsworth, you're up on 16. Old Noel has like vanished underneath the mass of mud and plants that has just like swamped the poor old fox.
Okay. I was planning on jumping across to help deal with the snake, but instead Armin's going to take a look at this shambling mound engulfing old Knoll and oh, pancakes! And she is going to
I love that. Oh, pancakes.
Oh, pancake.
Oh, pancakes.
I want to hang on to that one.
Oh gosh. Okay. I'm going to cast Bane
Oh, wow.
on both the shambling mound and the snake.
Somewhere
I'm
Riley
close enough
just
to
perks
both.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
really.
were talking about the Dark Knight Rises.
I know.
Yeah.
Full contact. We're out here for you, Riley.
So I need charisma saving throws from both
Well,
of those.
it's a very charismatic mound of
See
rotting
how
plants.
charismatic this
I know that's how you said. I did hear. I need a Christmas saving throw. It's a Christmas themed.
Oh,
20! It's the most charismatic mound of rotting plants ever.
Are you kidding me? All right.
The shambling
Well,
mound
the
that
is
is,
able to
there's
resist.
something alluring about that mound. I don't know what it is, but it's got something.
Such a charismatic
Man,
plant.
It's
just
Noel
so
inside of it. That's what
charismatic.
it. That's
Yeah,
what's
exactly.
endearing about it.
All right. Cool. In that case, I am going to bring, for my bonus action, I'm going to bring the rolling pin over to the shambling mound
Okay, you got it.
instead of having it over the snake. Oh wait, I can't.
I just
I
gave
don't
you
have-
control of it. It probably
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
working before that. Yep.
And then it will attack the shambling mound. Let's
The
see how we
spectral
do.
rolling pin hovering over the river comes down, like smashing into the snake, or to the mound rather. 25 hits.
Woof. Woof. Okay. I think if I
It might ask for what
That's
level when you
fine.
roll the damage on it, Aston.
It does it when you cast it.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, my roll 20 is
No
just,
problem. Nice.
taking a
Max
moment.
damage. We
damage.
love that guy. The rolling pin crashing into like the muddy mass of plant matter, like smashing into it. Water like spraying up into the air. Yep.
That I'm going to stay where
Okay.
I am, and that's my turn.
Okay. That brings us to Odella on 15. You've got the help from young Holly. You are up.
Okay, I think Adele drops the short bow
Mhm.
and takes out the short sword, and will attack with advantage. 15.
Hits.
Do get the sneak. 16.
Wow.
again.
Your father's old sword, naked, removed of its once many adornments, slashes out, cleaving into this thing. It drops, Odella. You punch the sword straight into the side of the snake's head. Its body goes limp, dropping Holly to the ground unceremoniously as the current begins kind of pulling it back down underneath the waves, dragging it away from the lot of you. Just like that, the snake is dispatched, though Noel seems in trouble.
I want to go, but I dropped my bow, so I think I'll end my turn there. I think
Okay.
that's all I can do.
Okay. That was Odella. Obi, you are up on 13. You watch as your sister drives your father's sword into the head of the snake. It releases your companion, young Holly Goodtail, like crashing to the bank. The breastplate like clattering against her backpack. The coil of rope kind of trailing out into the river after the snake's corpse tangling with it. Noel is engulfed. What would you like to do?
All right. Can I do something ridiculously performative?
Please.
Is it possible for Obi to try to jump onto the corpse of the snake to ride it down the river to be able to get closer
Absolutely.
to Shambling?
Oh my
absolutely.
gosh.
I think it's probably
that old trick.
I think it's probably an acrobatics check, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
We're talking about Dune earlier.
So with the with the somersault, Obi leaps onto the corpse, and let's see how this goes. Did it roll? I don't know if it rolled.
It did.
Oh, there he is.
It rolled
12.
with a 12. I think that like you hit the snake and you're like sliding across like its slippery scales, its body getting like pulled down beneath the surface, the water like raising up on your legs as you vault the second time, like you want to get over onto the bank by the mound, right? Okay. Yeah, I'll give it to you with the 12. That's fine. Hell yeah.
Perfect. So needless as he kind of like jumps through the spiritual bear, landing on the ground in a tumble as he comes back up to his feet, and as he rises, he brings the brandished sword up, but doesn't strike at the creature, and instead then brings the hilt down on the back of his buckler shield, and he's going to cast Thunder Wave to blast back at the shambling mound. So that is a Constitution saving throw, which is probably really good.
It's got a decent con, but that's pretty amazing. We watch as Obi like leaps, slipping, nearly losing his footing on the corpse of this snake, like jumping again as though it's a lily pad, rolling in a twist in the air into the ground for this like heavy explosion of thunder that cracks off the far bank. 20! This freaking shambling mound is just not rolling anything less than 20.
That's alright. It still takes half damage.
Using your emotes against us, Rich.
I'm sorry. It's
that
not
is
my
some
fault.
flex right there.
I'm just gonna have to roll it this way because it's not on my sheet.
Oh, oops.
Oh jeez, that's garbage. So it takes 3 points of thunder damage as there is a loud shattering like boom of sound. But yeah. Well, that wasn't effective. And Obi's going to just sort of scoot around the creature a little bit.
Looked cool.
Okay, you got it. You come like you blast like the hammer, the butt of your sword down onto the shield. This peal of thunder rolls off. The water kind of like sprays off the top of the mound. It seems pretty unfazed as you circle around from the bank, kind of like ducking in between Almond and it to the other side. That's your movement. That's your action. Bonus action. Anything else?
I think I'm going to hold on to my bonus action for now.
You got it.
That's me.
That is you. This brings us to Old Noel. It's going to make a Constitution saving throw, DC 14.
No.
Brutal. He's going to take 2d8 plus 4 points of damage. That's 5, 9. Oof. Yep, my man's not doing great.
Can he try and break free?
Yup, that was at the beginning of his turn. Now it is his turn. So he is frantically held here. He will try and break free. He gets advantage on strength checks. Is that right?
This is at advantage, yes, thanks to Stephen.
Very, very nice. You hear like Noel like mumbling from inside his advantage on strength checks. 20! There it is. Now we could celebrate using our emotes, Melissa. Is that allowed? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, now it's allowed.
Old Noel.
There are two very, very different messages there.
Yeah, really. Old Noel comes like stumbling and scraping out of the back of this thing. I am going to make for him 1, 2, 3 Constitution. Oh yeah, that's gone. Hunter's mark is dropped. He like scurries out of the back, flat on his ass. Like the bow is like missing. He doesn't have it anymore as he's looking up at this thing, and he's just like, by the amaranth, kill it. Kill it! And he then like calls down. I think he's like, Hath, watch over us! And he's going to cast Moonbeam at this thing.
Oh!
As like a Moonbeam.
This guy's class is just.
Class.
Hold on, what?
Yeah.
This NPC is just all sorts.
And then he action surges.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he
Can't
sneak
wait.
attacks.
Maybe he's done what I've done and taken magic initiate, so that he gets. Oh no, wait, those aren't cantrips. Never mind. Oh no, wait, he could still do it.
Could still do it.
Maybe.
He's an
No,
NPC. You
Moonbeam's
just
level 2.
have whatever, but yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Calls down this moonbeam. The magic of like Hath kind of like radiating down as this column of moonlight shines down through the gray sky, like searing itself into the shambling mound. When a creature's entered the space for the first time, there starts its turn. Yeah, so we'll roll his thing now, shambling mound. Good con save though. Oh, that's a nice big failure for 14 points of radiant damage as the moonbeam of Hath's magic like sears into this thing. That's Noel's turn. The snake is dead. Quilliam, you're up on 6.
Question: does the shambling mold know that Quilliam is underneath the water, or is he hidden?
Yeah, we're gonna say you're hidden.
Okay. So, like, do you want me to make a sneak roll or anything like that? Because I can.
Oh, I take it
Because
back.
it's basically, am I about to attack at advantage?
I'm lying to you. You don't even have to make a sneak check. Unfortunately, I think it's got like a beat on you. I guess go for it. You know what? Make a stealth check. Let's see here. Let's make a stealth check. Let's split the difference on this thing.
11. I think that's okay.
Okay. What are you trying to do, Quilliam?
Basically, I will be attacking this thing, but I want to know if it's aware I'm attacking it or not, whether it be at advantage or not.
It will be aware that you're attacking it, unfortunately. It's got blind
Not
sense.
a problem.
Yep.
So what people will see is there be kind of movement underneath the water, and a giant alligator will burst over the stream and attempt to take a bite at this shambling mound.
Yep.
And that's a natural 20.
I can't even, man. I just can't get over it right now.
God, the dice are insane tonight. So it's a bite attack, melee weapon, +4 to hit, so 24 hits the shambling mound, I would hope.
Yeah, it does.
So 2d10 +2.
Unfreaking real as the giant.
So
like,
11 points of piercing damage, and it is restrained because I'm currently holding onto it. It can't move.
Oh, very, very, very nice. 11 points of piercing damage as the giant alligator like surges up, heaving into this guy. Got it, and you're like holding it back into the bank, like dragging it back down in your jaws, like
I'm
clamped
trying
on
to
it.
do what the alligators do and just kind of wrench it back into the stream as much as I can.
Dig it. I totally dig it. I love all the back and forth on like advantage, and you're like, all right, I'll just roll a 20 on my first roll.
I'm just rolling natural 20.
I like
That's
it,
what
side
we
by
do.
side. We're gonna have an alligator rolling, and then the rolling pin.
Yeah.
Right beside.
Yeah.
And-
Yeah.
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 That's my go. I
That
don't think alligators have bonus actions.
that is your go. I don't think you have bonus actions. The totem is up. The alligator is chomping. I think that the mound will go again. It's like being burned by this freaking moonlight, which totally sucks. It has to make another concentration check or constitution saving throw, I should say. It's going to
Christmas
make
check.
that
Sorry.
one. For
It only happens like one, right?
It's
like
just
the moonbeam.
start of its turn, yeah.
It's the start of its turn,
Yeah.
or like the
Yeah.
first time it gets hit, right?
Yeah.
So as soon as he dropped the beam, it hit it.
But not both in the first round,
Yeah,
right?
it's not the first time it gets hit. It's just at the
Not
start
both
of
in
its
the
next
first
turn.
round.
Yeah, good call.
Too many of us have played Druid.
We've all considered like
Or
let it hit
we've
our-
DM for Austin and had to deal
Yeah,
with this stuff.
it's very true. It's going to like it like turns like it doesn't even have like a face though. I think like part of it is like just wrenching and pulling at the alligator, but it tries to slam the poor old man again, I think. As it like rears up.
Which poor old man?
No, not you. You're an alligator right now. You're just an old alligator. Oh! It
My
like
God.
blasts poor
Wait.
old Null twice. Oh yeah, the moonbeam drops. Null takes 30 points of damage, and
How-
is yep.
How's no looking?
Yeah. Is he unconscious? I assume.
Yeah.
Obi, I think, is and Almond.
I
think,
can't see it. If I can't see it, that's
Yeah, I think Obi and Almond, you're the only ones who could see. The thing like smashes into him with one hand, and then like the other pseudopod reaches out, grabbing it, and like pulls him in. And Noel's like face just smashes into the mass of plants, and you watch like his eyes roll back, his body goes limp. He kind of like twists down underneath as it pulls him into itself, engulfing him again. You lose sight of old Noel. Holly, you're up on 24.
Okay. So Holly is going to standing leap over to the other side.
Mhm.
By the way, does that include the temporary hit points he got? The extra 9?
No!
Just he has 9 extra hit points.
Dungeon Master math. Okay, he's still out.
Okay.
Okay.
Can Holly try to grab old Noel and get him out of the mound and like fight the?
Good question. He's engulfed, so I don't know if we can get at him. Let me see here. 1 second. Engulfed small creature. They're blinded, restrained, unable to breathe. Taking 13 points of damage at the beginning of the round. Gosh.
Yeah, that's the part I'm worried about. So.
I don't think you could see him. I think he's like engulfed. I don't think you can easily like get a handle on him. I think he's like wrapped up inside of this thing, and like you can't like grab a hold of him. You know, it's like even with the snake, when you're grappled, you're restrained, like you're still exposed. Noel is like underneath this thing, right?
Okay. Holly's gonna hit it with her axe then.
Okay.
Jeez. 10.
Brutal 10 is a miss.
Okay.
You have You have
Thank
inspiration.
you. I forgot.
Inspiration moves me brightly. Go for it.
15.
15 is its armor class, Holly. Good tell. Go ahead and roll damage.
14
Inspiration.
slashing
Better
damage.
feeling for a bard.
Very nice. Very nice.
I'm gonna action surge and do it again.
Oh.
18.
Oh, gosh. Yep, hits. For another 7.
Oh, yeah, so not the extra 2. Yeah, for an extra 7 damage. Wow, that was a
Still
much shittier
very
second roll.
nice as you cleave back down into it. The axe like hewing through the plant matter, carving it apart. Masses of like mud and plant falling off of it. Old Null nowhere to be seen within. Holly, that's your movement. That's your action. That's an action surge. Bonus action. Anything else?
Yeah, so a bonus action, is there any chance you would let me help old Noel in some way, that I'm like reaching in and trying to help so that he might have I guess he's going to get advantage on his anyway because of Quilliam. Never mind. I'm helping Obi. I'm
pretty sure he's unconscious, so he's not getting advantage on anything.
If you want to help old Null, you could tell me right now that you can help old Null. You call it. You tell me. You want to help old Null or you want to help Obi?
The thing with the help, right, is like he's unconscious, so he's gonna like it's not like on his turn he's gonna be unless he gets healed, I guess.
No,
but
he's rolling a death save, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So I'm gonna help Obi, and I'm like poking at it and trying to like draw its attention away from Obi, I guess.
Okay, Obi, Holly Goodtail offering you help with that. Almond, you are up on 16.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to come around here again, try and draw its attention a little bit.
Okay.
Can I start like getting in there just to try and see? No. I just want to be able to catch a glimpse of Noel.
Gosh, tough question. I think if you want to use your action, I will let you make like a strength check, an athletics check to try to like pull stuff out of the way to like get sight of Old Noel. How about that?
Okay.
And you get advantage from the spirit totem too.
You do have advantage on a strength check. Yep. It's gonna.
So that includes the athletics check?
Yep.
Yes,
athletics is a strength
check.
It's going to make a strength check against you. So you're making one with advantage. It's making a strength check.
Okay. It's restrained. That doesn't do anything to it, though, does it?
I think it has
dex saves. Is like
dex,
the only thing technically, yeah.
Yeah, we're tracking.
Come on, roll 20. Let's go.
All kinds of conditions getting tracked right here. Oh,
I saw the one.
Cool.
I saw the one. I was like, please.
Almond, you like grab a hold and start like pulling vines out of the way, and I think as you're like yanking stuff out, it's like you hear this like sucking sound as like mud kind of sloughs over it, the vines like pulling around, and it like grabs a hold even harder of Old Noel. You got no sight of the poor old fella. I'm sorry. That's your action. You have movement and a bonus action.
Okay.
Brutal.
What's that? That's an action. Plan would have been fine if it had rolled bad.
It was so close.
Wasn't that close?
I know it wasn't that close. I'm just looking at
it was
that
the one.
and being like, it was almost so close.
Yeah.
Is that an elephant cup? I like that cup.
Yeah. With my mug of tea.
Is an action. Gosh, dang
I
it!
think we fought one of those things in the Underdark a while back.
Oh gosh.
like it.
All right. I will. Bonus action. Okay. I will just attack with Roland.
Oh yeah, old Roland. Roly-olio.
Gosh.
I'm sorry, you guys. I'm brutal.
We like your NPC. This is the problem.
Yeah, how dare you kill your own
pretty
NPC?
mean Dungeon Master. 15 hits, Almond. Roland's crashing into the back of this big mound of mud and plant for 7 points of force damage. You're wailing away on this thing now. There's vines and mud falling off of it, but there's still a lot of it left. It's very large. Almond, that's your action. That's your bonus action. You have a little more movement if you want to reposition.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
Okay.
That's it.
Otherwise, Odella, you are up. Your bow is at your feet in the grass.
Yeah, Odell's gonna drop the sword and pick up the bow. That's allowed, right? That's
yeah,
like
absolutely. We watch like the sword tip like plunge into the ground.
And I think like although like it kind of happened on the other side, I feel like what's happening, like seeing like Almond try to like reach and like knows that like Noel's in there. So I think just like doesn't know what else to do. Was like actually very quickly like can I make a perception check to see if there's somewhere I could hide?
What are you trying to hide from? The mound?
So he gets, yeah.
You can get sneak attack because they're all within 5 feet. The advantage on attack rolls if you want to try to get gosh, you could...
Doesn't matter if
Okay.
there's a place that it looks like. I think like this is sort of a character beat. I think that like Odell was like looking over to see if like there's a place to hide, and then like shakes it off, and bonus action steady aim. So like holds her ground, like firms her feet, pulls back the bow, sort of like looking. It's like a long shot, pun I guess intended, because I still did it as I thought of it, and shoots with the short bow. For a dirty 20.
Hits solidly. The arrow like sailing over the top of the river, punching into this thing for 15 points of damage. Like the arrow almost like vanishing into the mass of it. But you watch it carving through vines, like shredding into it. That's your bonus action. That's your action. You have a little bit of movement, Odella.
I don't have any movement because I used steady aim.
Oh, right. Correct.
It's my turn.
Which brings us to Obi.
There was a cat behind you, Rich, there for a second that looked like it was just going to town on your arm.
Oh, yeah, that's hilarious. They, like, work over, this is my old reclaimed, like, barnwood bookshelf, and our dear professor on Dragonfly, Troy, always gets very upset when my cats start, like, scraping on my bookshelf. He does not like when the cats damage the woodwork.
Ashran's kind of sneaking
in.
No, what?
Very real way. We love you, Troy. With that, Obi, you're up. You have help from Holly.
Yes. So a couple things I just want to clarify, because obviously Noel's turn's about to come up. He's going to take the damage from the constriction, right? So it's going to be a failed death save, assuming he's making death saves. And because he can't breathe, he can't succeed a death save. So it's going to be, he's going to automatically fail his death save, right?
I think that's true. Let me double check death saves, but yeah, that sounds pretty accurate, actually.
If he can't breathe, is that just a fail, or is it an automatic 1? Because those are two very different circumstances for old Noel.
Yeah, they really are. I should have done a little bit more homework before we got here. Hold on a second. I'm like trying to look at
that staff is fully charged, right?
I didn't even think.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it'll work on an NPC, but.
Don't mind me as I'm like slowly clicking through pages looking for.
I can cast Speak with Dead.
So it says suffocating. If you run out of breath or are choking, you can't regain hit points or be stabilized until you can breathe again, which sounds like. But I don't know what happens if you like roll 3 successes, but then you can't be stabilized. Like what happens at that point? I don't know.
Death saving throws. Right. Right. Gosh, so tough. I think it's just going to be a failed death save.
Okay.
And because the grapple isn't like an attack roll, right? It's not going to be a crit. So, you know, mechanically, he would be down 2 death saves, right?
All right. Cool. So that's one positive thing. But then someone was just saying if he's suffocating, he can't regain hit points. So even if like we try to heal him, is that?
Yeah, I didn't mean to bring up that.
No, it's all good.
Suffocating and up that player's handbook is if you run out of breath or are choking, which doesn't. I don't know if that's you can't regain hit points or be stabilized until you can breathe again. I guess it's up to you, Rich, whether you're saying that like being engulfed in that way is like there's like literally there's no air, right? It's like nothing in there.
Yeah, I think he's got no air. There's like mud over his face, the whole thing. It's really like problem. It's a problem. Yep.
So basically, even if I was able to try to do, I think what Armand was trying to do, of like using the strength to like get a glimpse of him and like healing word, it's not going to help because he can't regain hit points while he's engulfed.
I think that's correct. Yep.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
In that case, the only thing we've got left to do is to kill this thing. Does
that mean like if someone is like underwater, they can't be healed? Is that true? That's because if they're suffocated. It's only if they've run out of breath. Never mind.
Yeah, they still would have time. Yeah, I'm like looking.
You can hold your breath for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
And
unconscious
he's
underwater.
unconscious,
Anyway,
so
these
he
are things.
can't hold his
Yeah.
breath, right?
Right.
And if you're like adventuring underwater, presumably you have water breathing on. We're dealing with a lot of like edge cases. This is what happens when you fill up a group with dungeon masters, by the way, you guys.
Yeah.
You know.
Rules.
All right. Well, in that case, I think Obi is looking to Arm and trying to do what he was thinking of doing, and recognizing that it's so dense. There's not going to be air in there, even if they can get a glimpse of Noel. He's going to look to Holly as Holly's distracting the shambling mound, and he is just going to, if I can flavor a little bit, he's going to like kind of try to like vault up off one of these flailing pseudopods and come like striking down into the creature as he kind of slides off of its massive plant-like form, and he's going to make an attack against it with advantage.
Hell yeah.
Where is it? I gotta find it on my sheet. There we go.
Big rolls. Let's do it.
See.
22.
Oh, thank God for that advantage.
Yeah, thank God for that advantage indeed. As we watch you like 1, 2, 3 step up like the pseudopod vaulting as you like drop down and slashing into it. Go ahead and roll damage.
And I think as he slides down, he's going to kind of drag the blade through the plant matter, and using a little bit of his momentum, kind of pull himself like back up, like tuck and roll to kind of dig it down deeper in for more damage. He's going to expend one of his bardic inspiration to use a blade flourish to add some extra damage.
Very nice. Which flourish?
It'll be the which one is it? The slashing flourish. Nope, slashing flourish. Nope, that's not the one.
Sorry, what was that?
Which one is it?
Was it a slashing
flourish?
Wait, I'm wondering if I've misread something. Oh no, yes. Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay.
Slashing flourish. It would also allow me to hit other creatures nearby, but it also just does some extra damage.
Yeah, but there is nothing nearby, so you're in good shape. Yep.
So that is all up at 9 damage. So not much, but
I know how it goes. That's still very dramatic, very awesome. It's adding up as you like carve through, digging your brandishing sword through it. That is your action. You got a bonus action? Any movement? Anything like that? You good?
I think that's all I'm going to do because I don't want to expend my last bardic. Holly, how are you looking?
Oh, I am at full health and then some. I'm great.
You're back up. Cool. In that case, that's my turn.
And then with that, as we have already determined through thorough research, Old Noel fails a death saving throw as he is constricted inside. He fails a second death saving throw as he is incapable of breathing. Noel clinging to the edge. Quilliam, Crocodile, Softpaw, you are up.
Quilliam, with a mouthful of mold, suddenly realizes this might not have been the best idea and will do a bonus action to drop his wild shape. He shall shimmy over here to hopefully give himself flanking with Obi. And like he's in the water now, so I don't know if...
I'm going to have you make an
how that's
athletics
going to
check
affect
with
things.
advantage just to hold your footing as like the current is like pushing up against you.
Oh,
15.
Good. Thanks to your Thomas the bear.
That bear, Stephen the bear, has been very
Yes,
close
they
during all of this.
I did say Thomas. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Stephen. I'm sorry.
How
You know,
dare
I knew a bear named
That's
Thomas.
Steven.
We had like a real torrid love
Steven.
affair in my youth. That was like my mistake. I don't mean to be extrapolating. Don't dig too deep into that, Melissa. You're up, Quilliam.
Whoa. Yeah. So, he shall lay 2 little spiny hands on top of the knoll, going, "You leave my old friend alone." 25.
That hits.
the best spell in the world.
Shall cast. Yes, he shall cast inflict wounds at level 2 and do 4d10 necrotic damage.
Grab hold of this guy, unleashing your inflict
21 necrotic damage.
Nice.
21 points of necrotic damage. You watch as like plant matter just withers, decays, rotting off of the back of it, bringing the mound to a total of 138 points of damage. No, I'm lying. 108 points of damage. I can do math.
Okay. Well, this kind of goes against my gardening nature, but needs. And that's his turn. He'll end his turn there.
It's making a bunch of like horrible, like sucking muddy sounds as you like hammer it with this necrotic energy, Quilliam. I think it like rises up over you, like the pseudopods looking to hammer down on top of you. Yeah, it's just going to try to wreck you. That was nightmarish. You just touched it with the touch of death. 19 and 11. Does 19 hit you, Quilliam?
The 19 hits, the 11 misses.
It smashes into you for 17 points of bludgeoning damage. You have your little buffer from the spiritual bear.
It does, but that's going to very much go through it. So hit points are gone. 17, you said?
Sir.
Okay, so... 9. Well, math is hard.
Yeah,
okay.
I just went through that. Fortunately for you, it does not hit with the second slam. You're not grappled or engulfed or killed like the other old guy. I mean, Holly, you're up on 24.
Oh, gosh. No!
Not as strong as you think, you big, ugly mound.
Sorry.
But you're still very charismatic.
Sorry.
Killing Noel.
Shambling mound conversations. My confessions to a shambling mound, you know.
I think I had you conversation using Nash in the last game, so...
I've rewatched that, Aiden, and it was particularly hilarious. I got it. we were in a zone there for a moment.
Does the 13 hit?
Are you flanking? I think the 13 misses.
No, it's so large.
Yeah, I think the 13 misses. You like chop the axe into it, and the vines like reach out, grabbing and like pulling at the axe, trying to like wrench it out of your hands. You don't lose it, but yeah, that's a miss. 13.
Okay, I think she's just gonna do exactly the same thing and try to help OB again. And she's like, with her battle axe, just like fruitlessly swinging at it, but also like yelling at it, be like, "Come get me!" Yeah, that's
Come get me. Oh gosh, what a little champion. Almond, you are up on 16.
Okay. Okay. So,
I think we're about to lose a fox.
yeah.
Although, I know, like, we've done over 100 damage to it, and our two biggest damage dealers are coming up after Almond, so maybe.
Thank you to Captain Lukai, who's doing better math than me or Aiden, because 97 plus 21 is 118, and I know what I'm doing.
Thank you.
It's just been a long week, so thank you for that, Captain. That's an extra 10 points of damage, which is very relevant this round, I think.
Very relevant.
My favorite is, sorry, never played D&D.
Yeah.
I know
You're
that.
killing it. You're killing it,
Thanks for
Captain.
being here. Yeah, that's great.
You're killing it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, Armin's starting to feel a little bit flustered. So she it looks like she's bowing her head a little bit, and she sort of closes her eyes and is really sort of, focusing on something. And you suddenly notice that her antlers start to get really sharp at the ends, and she's going to attack the shambling mound using the primal savagery cantrip.
Awesome.
Which I've flavored with it being her antlers instead of...
Yeah, Christmas spirit, you all. I love it. Go for it. Primal savagery.
All right.
Could you dump that into the chat? I'd love to see. I really would.
Yeah.
Sorry, ignore that. That was a misclick.
Oh, there we go.
No problem.
We're rolling. Oh, come on!
brutal.
harsh.
That's a brutal one.
That's so harsh.
Poor Almond here. A roll of 12. Even with advantage as you're sort of flanking with Quilliam, like, no dice. That's a miss. You, like, dig into it with the antlers, and you just feel the vines, like, start to grab and start, like, pulling your head in. And so you kind of, you have to, like, break off the attack at the last second, right? You can't commit to the savage, and thus that's a miss. So that's your action. You got a bonus action and some movement.
Okay. Still can't actually see no at all.
No. It's gonna
Okay.
come down to the
Not
other
even with the
elves.
withering that's happened, it hasn't revealed even a little bit of a fox. I guess not.
Just a toe, even.
No, we gotta kill it.
Would be enough.
Yeah.
We gotta kill
All
it.
right. I'll attack it with Roland.
Okay. The rolling pin, the spiritual
Come on.
rolling pin hovering in the air. It was definitely
There
an
we go.
album from
That'll
the
do
80s
it.
store. 19 hits.
Oh.
Roland, the spectral rolling pin, hammers down into this mass of vine and mud. Go ahead and roll damage. Excellent. So 118 plus 7 equals 125. I can do this. I can do this, you guys. I'm a professional dungeon master. It looks pretty effed up. This thing is pretty battered, but it is still fighting. Almond, that's your action. That's your bonus action. You have a little movement. You good?
No, I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay, Odella, Honorel. You're watching your friends like flailing, fighting. Holly's axe unable to land. Almond almost like having her antlers pulled right into this thing. Quilliam is now like standing waist deep in the river, hammering past him. What would you like to do?
Yeah, Ojella will take another arrow, like plant your feet again, pull it back. I think like initially has like eyes closed and then like opens one. It's gonna use steady aim and attack with the short bow again.
Short bow with advantage.
25.
That'll do.
25 hits Odella. The arrow sailing through the spiritual bear and the spectral rolling pin hammering into the mass of plants. Roll damage with sneak attack.
Oh, 9.
That's 9 points of damage.
That's min damage on the sneak attack.
Bringing it. Who was
Okay.
min damage? Min damage was on
Mini
Wheel
damage.
of Time last night. That was 9
Yeah.
points of min damage, bringing you to 134 total on the shambling mound. Odella, that's your action. That's your bonus action. You can't move because you're
Can't move.
steady aimed.
Mhm.
Obi Honorel, it is on.
This is
you,
tense.
sir.
It's all up to you.
Obi!
Ah!
You have advantage. You have advantage. You're being helped.
So, I think Obi, again, sort of seeing Armin and Holly kind of struggling against this flailing creature, he's going to sort of whirl around with his sword and his shield. And he's actually going to strike across the back of his shield so there's this shower of sparks as he then drives the reactionary force of the blade into the creature. And as he does, he's going to just curse under his breath, hath reveal it! And he's going to strike into the creature with advantage and hope that this small little invocation of Hath might help. Whatever he can.
It's not my fault, Melissa.
No.
22 Obi lands with this flourish of sparks.
Okay.
The sword like clashing off your shield before it cleaves into this thing. Go ahead and roll damage.
Bump a
No,
flourish.
we're
This
still
is
gonna have to make
again.
a saving throw. Oh my god.
Not if we kill it.
And
No, we
again,
still have to make
he
a
is
throw.
going
He's still
to
unconscious.
expend the last
Yeah,
of his
make a
bardic
death saving throw.
inspiration for the day to add that extra little bit of a blade flourish from all of those showering sparks to add just a little bit of extra damage and hope that it's enough.
That is 9 piercing
15
damage,
total.
6 points with the blade flourish. Obi, what does it look like as you finish this thing off?
I think as Obi strikes the sparks, and they catch, and this thing is beginning to sort of wither. I think the inflict wounds from Quilliam earlier began to like desiccate it, and it's getting like thinner and thinner, and just that little bit of spark catches, and it burns, and just it begins peeling away as Obi slashes up with the brandished sword, cutting through to find Noel, and with his free hand, he grabs Noel's wrist and sort of drags him free. And as he does, he places his hand on Noel's forehead and just whispers, "Hath not letting you go today," and he's going to cast a healing word with his bonus action to heal Noel before he has to roll another death save.
Wow, I think
just the best class.
Old Noel's eyes like flutter open, and he's like looking into yours, Obi, back on the ground, mud caking his grayed orange fox fur, as like this faint healing magic flows through you into
the faintest of healing magic.
The faintest of healing
faintest of healing magic. 1 + 3 so 4
I know.
And I think Noel like is just blinking up at the face of the Mapach dancer who has saved him, and he's just like, is that you? Oh, I knew you wouldn't forsaken us. These 5 are too important. Oh. And so I think alive, worse for wear, his eyes flutter a little bit closed as his body like lays there, chest rising and falling steadily. Noel lives, though quite battered from the harrowing experience.
I mean, that was as
Let's
close
get you resting.
as you can get.
Yeah.
We very nearly
Obi
sort of there.
Yeah. Obi brings sort of Hath up to a rock or a tree stump nearby, and just kind of helps like prop him up against. And I think as he does, he just sort of takes a moment to just. Obi isn't a religious person by any stretch. He's more interested in the culture of religion than anything else. But he's learned a few prayers and dedications to Hath along the way, the Mapach god of secrets and mysteries. And I think he sort of utters a few little benedictions and that kind of thing that he's sort of picked up along the way as he's just sort of sitting there beside Noel and just kind of helping him catch his breath.
Yeah, and I think there is this moment where like Noel, like half conscious, the eyes like flutter back open again, and he's just like looking right at you like, I knew I'd see you with my own eyes someday. Be praised. May the twilight keep us. Oh. And like the eyes like kind of flutter closed again as you like lean him up against this mass of tree roots on the bank. The shambling mound, meanwhile, kind of just like sinking, spreading across the ground. The vines, the like leaves, the mud, kind of all coming apart from whatever strange power drove it to animation in the first place. The river like drawing it back down in beneath the current. What about the rest of you guys through the midst of this? What's everybody doing?
No, I'm not letting that happen. Quilliam is not letting this thing return to the earth. Quilliam is casting druidcraft, and if it comes to it, with the staff will conjure flame. Just this thing is not getting back into the earth. Quilliam, with his knowledge of gardening and earth and everything like that, knows exactly what a shambling mound will do, and is not letting that happen.
I love it.
I can make a wisdom roll for that, but I figured Quilliam.
I think we're watching Quilliam like frantically like casting druid crafts. Like pieces of it are kind of like just desiccating into like kind of like rot and dust. I think you do have to conjure down like some fire to burn away some parts of it. But we're watching as like Quilliam relentlessly frantic, trying to like keep this unnatural thing from merging back with the earth, from melting into the river like some strange Ridley Scott Promethean black goo. Yep.
And when he's satisfied that he's done all he can do, he will go backwards, and I don't know if you know how buoyant hedgehogs are, but he shall go backwards, tummy to the air, and just let the stream carry him for just a few blissful moments of weightlessness and relaxation.
Those quills are hollow. They float like they're little life vests. My man Bruner
They
Battlehammer
float.
was the cutest when I used to wash him. I had a little toothbrush to like clean his quills off. I'm gonna end up with another hedgehog.
I used to do the same with my little girl.
Not on to me. What are you doing to me, Aiden?
My little girl. Yep. The bath was hilarious because he did it's amazing when they roll on their back. They just float.
So cute. Holly, Almond, Odella, as Obi is kind of tending to Old Noel, Quilliam sort of like fighting this shambling mound from like rotting back into the earth. What's going on with you three?
I think Holly goes to like try to help Quilliam out of the water, and then he just starts floating away. And she's like, "What are you doing?" And so she starts like running after him, like freaking out.
You can use me as a canoe to get across the water.
I don't
just
need
realized.
get out of the water.
Just let it take me for a little.
A canoe.
The canoe.
Oh.
Oh, yes, the Hedge accent sometimes wavers a little.
I love it. Odella?
I think Odella is like, there's like this thing again of like, Odella ran up before, but I think like, if the camera sort of like pans, like Odella's like just on this side of the river, like the only person
Alone.
there, sort of like standing there alone, and sort of, I think like maybe like takes a look back at like whatever is ahead, and sort of sees like the emptiness, and then takes a look back and sees, William floating, but particularly then I think like, and then like Holly coming to like help. Almond would also, but like looks and sees like her brother like tending to Noel, and I think in that moment was like quite proud, and so has this like moment of like, I'm alone, but like, look what's over there, and so then like sort of like scurries back across, and just as like Ode is like, or Obi is like tending to, I think she just like puts a hand on his shoulders, like, that was good, and then like slinks down, sits next to the two of them,
and
I think Obi kind of like pats Ode's hand. She says, "That was good." Like, you too.
I didn't even hide. Good hand. I didn't hide. Yeah.
Almond, you're like standing here hanging out. Is there anything like notable in these moments after the battle, right? Obi like kind of tending to Noel, Quilliam floating away.
I processed what you said a second later.
It's fun.
Is the plan still to get across the stream? Should we do that first, or should we rest for a moment on this side?
Anybody else take damage? Is it it's just Noel, right? He's looking pretty. Anybody else take? You took a lot of damage. Yeah. I don't know. I can't help you.
I'm sailing away.
No!
Yeah, you took damage. You're just gonna slide down the river that had a snake and a shambling mound.
Yeah.
I mean, he couldn't possibly throw anything more at us.
Can I say? I think as like Odella comes and sits down, and Almond, if you like walk up, kind of like thinking about if we're gonna cross, I think Odella would say to you like, I did see you try to pull Noel out. That was quite brave of you, I think. I could have easily swallowed you up.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty big and fairly hardy, but I just wanted to be able to see him, even just to help him, and it was just I
know.
I've never fought something quite like that before. That was a lot. That was very unnatural.
Yeah, there's big gross mounds in Seltersport, but they do not attack you. Yeah. Yeah.
The same kind, made of twigs and
no,
vines and
mostly
wood?
like garbage and trash.
Oh.
Yeah. But they don't attack you. They don't attack you.
More terrifying if it didn't.
Yeah. They give you a rash sometimes if you roll around in it. Or eat the wrong thing from it.
Which you never
what?
do.
Whoa,
You
wait,
would
what?
never.
What?
Which I'm sure you
No,
never would
wait.
have done that. Roll around.
Yeah,
or
not
eat
me.
trash,
Other
never.
people were rolling around and eating the trash. Yeah, not me.
I just.
And so it was an observational
Yeah.
ration.
I
You
noticed
noticed the ration
the
other people.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm listening. I just need to throw a log on my stove. I'll be right back, you guys.
Yeah, observational rash. Yeah.
But if we can catch Quilliam, who's floating away, I do think maybe a brief rest, at least for Noel to catch his breath, would be worthwhile.
Quilliam's already short resting.
Yeah, this is short.
Oh.
This is what the short rest looks like.
Oh wait, is he asleep while he's floating? Oh
Come
gosh.
back.
You have that rope. You still have that rope,
Yeah,
Holly.
I'm gonna like
Yeah.
lasso this
What?
as he floats down the river.
In lieu of Rich not being here, make a sleight of hand check.
Oh, I was going to say for lassoing the hedgehog, it should be like animal handling.
The hedgehog. Oh, don't make roll a wisdom check.
It would be hilarious if in Humblewood, every charisma, every like persuasion check, deception, it's all animal handling.
It's all
There's just, you just only have animal handling. Yeah.
I attack
appeal
with
to their base animal instinct.
Just one skill in Humblewood.
Yeah, exactly. Make an animal deception check. Make an animal deception check. Make an animal persuasion check. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Make an animal insight check.
Do we want it? Are we gonna short? We'll let Noel
Yeah.
short rest.
I think that makes sense. Quilliam wants one. Noel
I
definitely
would love a
needs
short
one.
rest.
So I don't know.
But also,
Armand, do you want
is
to
the
do
hedgehog
anything?
floating down the
else
river,
as well?
or is he fine?
You lassoed.
No, let's say you've successfully lassoed one of my paws.
Can
and you're just holding on.
Can Odella spend 10 minutes scrounge
Just like dig a
crafting
little stake into the ground.
a fishing rod and then spend I don't need to I didn't lose any HP. And then spend 50 minutes fishing.
Yeah, absolutely. Odella's easily able to like scrounge craft up a fishing rod. You find yourself like a little length of stick. You break some like twine out of your pocket. You like set a little thing down at the bottom of it to like wind the twine around, right? You've got a couple like sticks. We see you probably carve a little hook, and sure, you can start fishing. Why don't you make a survival check?
I'm sure Quilliam has something hidden in his quills that you could use.
6.
Yeah, so you're like trying to fish, and I think Quilliam like notices and can like offer you some bait. What are you gonna give?
Okay.
What are you gonna give her for bait, Quilliam?
Just a little grub.
Yeah, there you go. If you want to try again, with like
Okay.
help from Quilliam.
Okay.
This one will be with advantage. 19. Odella, you managed to like get on the hook like a big fat fish, and there's like a whole scene while we're watching like Odella like reeling in this big like flopping fish that you end up like pulling up onto the bank. It's like flopping around. It's got big gnarly teeth, these like bulbous looking eyes. Yeah. Big looking.
Doesn't
like,
seem poisonous or anything.
no, it looks like a pretty standard
I
kind
think-
of angry river fish. Yeah.
If you somehow kill old Noel by giving him a poisonous
Like
fish.
this fish is I definitely want to keep it for like eating, but like Odella very quickly realizes like she's never actually seen like a full fish, like maybe at like a market has been a full fish, but like, the only fish she's actually like ever like been able to like eat herself, it's like been very like much like whatever's left on the bones
Yeah, right.
of like a fish, of the scales. So he just like kind of like finds almond and it's just like here, and hands over.
And so she hands you like this big fat, like, 19-inch kind of like pike type fish with these angry teeth on the end of it. Yeah.
Make some food out of this,
Hop it around.
Amazing.
some stew or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. Standard angry river fish.
Standard
Great.
angry river fish. Yeah.
I think like immediately it takes like I think like probably the full like almost hour like cast it again and scrounge grabs it just like immediately like
The whole thing falls apart. The string like goes flying into the river.
my favorite bit of scrounge grabs is that after 1 hour of use it just falls apart. So I like it being very like
So before we start a short rest,
Mhm.
Armand would use her harness divine power
Mhm.
and use channel divinity to get back a level 1 spell slot. And then as we start a long rest, she will use her blessing of the hearth feature thingy. So she gets a little hearth set up. She'll get a fire going. She'll get out one of her frying pans and start prepping the fish and all this sort of stuff. So anybody who regains hit points on a short rest by spending one or more hit dice, you can choose to re-roll one of your dice, taking the higher roll between the two. So anybody who is currently healing can do that.
Is there, by chance, a Song of Rest going?
There is. So Obi is also sort of sitting there beside Noel, and I think he begins just taking out his little concertina and begins sort of playing a very like quiet little melody that sort of breathes and eases. Something that's kind of more improvised than anything else. They just kind of like lulls into the beats of the poetry, the half poetry that he's kind of sort of had top of mind as Noel's recovering. And so anyone who does get hit dice gets an extra 3 hit points back.
Extra 3, okay. Perfect. I only needed 1 to be back to full.
Okay.
Wow, I get so much back on a short rest.
Yeah,
It is
Right.
awesome.
It's a very, very good feeling. So yeah, you guys like rest for a time. Noel like out hard, right? He's like sleeping. The like cooking happens. Almond gets her spell slot back. You guys are able to reload on your stuff. Odella catches the fish. And so yeah, after like a little over an hour and a half or so, the like fishing pole having fallen apart. The lot of you all like.
I imagine Holly has tied the rope to the tree and has just kind of anchored Quilliam in the river. So he doesn't float all the way away.
And with that, yeah, the lot of you, you tell me. Noel is like still asleep. You guys tell me what you want to do here. Wow.
That is some awful
Yeah.
dice roll.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
Noel ain't doing great.
You didn't roll over a 3 on 5.
He can
No.
re-roll one of those,
Wait.
right? Is that
Yeah.
This is a clue.
Yeah.
This is a clue. He has
that he's got D8s,
D6s.
not D10s? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Unless he just didn't roll all his hit dice.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh.
Yeah, he's been casting off a low-level
Universe
spell.
really wants this fox to die.
Jeepers.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm picturing Holly is just like now like sitting on the side of the river and the one end of the rope in her hand and the other end is like on Quilliam as he like floats in the middle. And so she's just like sitting there waiting until
Keep him like tugged in case
Yeah.
he goes too far.
I love it.
Pulling him out of the way of like floating detritus that just kind of like rolls by. It's like, oh, pull
It's
him
like
in
a game. It's like a survivor
Quilliam's doing
challenge.
fine. I feel bad about the fleas in his quills.
they've all like crawled onto his stomach and are just chilling there.
Yeah, there's a little party happening on his stomach.
As,
Soft underbelly.
as like the rest like comes to an end, yeah, Noel is still like laying there, like mostly asleep and out. Eyes like he's got mud and he's soaking wet and covered in all kinds of slop. So you guys are all good to go, though Noel's still sleeping. You guys tell me. Oh yeah, go for it, Austin.
Obi will help with that. He will like over the course of the rest, he will cast prestidigitation to help dry Noel off,
Excellent.
kind of clean the mud out of his fur. Like very like diligent and methodical in his sort of process of just kind of like resetting everything, getting Noel back. And I think as the rest closes and Noel's still resting, Obi's just gonna kind of whisper under his breath, taking the little leaf that he has in like his breast pocket out and just kind of like holding it sort of near his lips, and he's going to cast message to just sort of quietly cast a message to the sleeping Noel and say, "Whenever you're ready, old man, we're ready to go."
Yeah, I'm ready. We can go. Don't wait on me. Oh, that's the weakest link.
Do I still have my? Did it expire? The cinnamon? Did I?
Yeah.
Do we?
they last
Do any of us
24
have?
hours.
Yeah, they
Some
only
sort of,
last
Until the long rest, right?
Yeah.
For a man who said earlier in this session that he didn't need an awful lot of sleep, he is certainly going to town on the napping today.
It's not. in my nature, it's just all that mud in my nostrils. We can go. We can go. He like grabs a hold of the root up behind him and kind of like pulls himself up to his feet like, oh my, I had never taken a beating like
Holly,
that.
would you be a deer and reel me in?
Oh yeah, come on. Mac.
I like you reel him in just for him to have to cross the river.
Yeah. Very good. I think Noel is like standing and he kind of like looks over with a little bit of like distress in his face at the site where the mound had almost like battered him. I think he like meanders over real slow and he kind of like reaches down, coming back up. He's got like these broken bits of his smashed staff and he was like, oh, well, that's a shame. I spent quite a few years getting that one just right, but, well...
Well, hold on. It might not necessarily be completely finished. Mending.
I think he's like...
William will hold his soaking wet paws over the broken staff of Old Noel and see if he can fix it and get it back to a usable
I think
state.
a few casts of mending, like you're able to mend it, you get one piece to attach, you kind of like putting the pieces together, and he's just like, that's a really clever trick. I always just...
Oh, well, when you fix wagons and toys for the good tales, you learn patience in these little arts.
I appreciate that a great deal. All of you, really. I've seen a few things in my time, but like I said, I'm not the young fox I was once, so... Well, I suppose we better get going.
Yes, let us get to the city. I hear their salted pork in Salter's Port is very good.
How far away
we
are
shall
we?
heal you up.
Salted caramel too, from what I hear.
I think it was about a day's walk from where you were in the glade, right? And it's kind of like early afternoon, you know. You all had like been on the road, made most of your way here. So you're just maybe like, like 2 hours outside of the city, give or take.
If you'd allow it, I think one thing that while we're walking, I think that like what is the landscape? What is it?
So yeah, just like reset a little bit. You guys kind of all come over. Holly's got the rope. She's able to like help get everyone across. The downed tree makes it like pretty easy. And I think Noel, like in this area, he goes up to like one of the tree trunks, to like the stumps, I should say, that's like cut off along the edge of the path. And you see him circle around to the other side, and he starts moving some rocks out of the way. He's like down on one knee, like pulling things out, and he's just like, I learned this trick from an old friend, a bit of a wanderer out in these parts. Sometimes you find markings or sigils where like-minded folk leave caches for those that need any kind of supplies, really. But this here, well, I don't think I'm going to have any real need of it. And all right, here we go. And he's like yanking, and you see like this sack comes up out of the dirt, kind of dirt tumbling away from it. The landscape around you, Odella, like, it's kind of like Riverlands. There's a few little estuaries running down here. There's a few smaller streams, much, much, much smaller than kind of the one that you just came past, you know. But Noel has like got this kind of sack. It's not huge, you know. Like a little bit bigger than maybe like a 3-pound sack of sugar or something like that, burlap, and I think he slings it over his shoulder like, might come in handy when we get to town, at least. And so yeah, as you guys are like then begin walking down the road, it's just this kind of like winding path. You can hear the sound of the ocean crashing up against the coast to your south. There's some kind of like cliffs that like lead down. You're kind of like looking through the trees all over a bit of a cliff that like looks out onto the ocean. But it's like light woods on like meeting up against like a beachfront, basically, Odella.
I think what Odella's gonna try to do, I think I said this last time we played, that like potentially something that she was interested in was a disguise kit for Salter's Port. Mm-hmm. And the Scroungecraft actually does say that you can make something that passes for a disguise. But I guess it's just article of clothing, so it wouldn't really like do anything to cover.
That falls apart after an hour.
Yep, it will fall apart after an hour. I'm thinking like a very like imagine like the outfit that like Obi might be wearing. Maybe I'll do that. Like recreate like. What are you wearing? Ob.
Yeah, Obi has like these sort of fairly plain but still like well made and detailed sort of like shirt and trousers. But certainly the most obvious thing is this coat that he wears, this sort of maroon sort of purplish kind of coat that has lots of like little beading and detail around like the hem and shoulders. Not all beads, like there are like little twigs and pieces of bone and feather. It's very eclectic, but it kind of creates this sort of very beaded look from a distance. The kind of patterns in this like sort of geometric pattern across his sort of shoulders and down the edges of the hem.
Yeah, so I think like a poor version of the hat that like on first glance would look like similar, but like if you inspected it, it would not hold up to inspection. But like that's what you would.
Yes, those bones and twigs aren't nearly as nice as those.
Yeah,
bones
that's
and
right.
twigs.
That's right. Yeah. So creating a bit of a disguise kit for when we get there.
Okay, excellent. So you gather the stuff, but you're not going to put it on until you get there to give yourself the hour. Okay, got it. Yep.
Odella, if you are worried about being recognized or seen, I can certainly help out with making you a little bit harder to be detected.
Are you going to turn me into an alligator? That will
If
stand
you
out.
would like, I could try.
It'll stand out so much. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's a good idea. I think like as we're walking, I think if like most people are sort of like walking on whatever there's a path, because like Odell's like looking for stuff for Scroungecraft is like weaving in and out of the path, like picking flat, like to like try and like take like a red flower and try to like rub it so it's like dye, that sort of thing, like weaving in and out. Yeah.
I love it. Cool. So you guys make your way. I'm gonna just put us back over here for a second. So, I think that as you guys like walk for about the next like hour and a half or so, you kind of like come out, the woods like thinning around you, and you could see as the like coast is off to your right, you're heading kind of like eastwards, the coast south of you off on the right side. The hills have kind of like dropped down, and where there were some cliffs up above the seaside, now there's like this long kind of beach sprawling out. You could see under like the steel gray sky, I think a thin drizzle has kind of like started to fall. The wind cold and like even a little more biting now with this moisture in the air. But I think that you catch sight in the distance of the city of Saltersport as it was. It's a very like interesting place, this bird folk city by the sea, a port city, very kind of like prominent for all the sorts of travelers that come in and out of this place, distinctly different from Marshview in that way. You know it well, Odella, and you know the site of this building that you could see down in front of you as the city itself like rises up over the water. But in between where you all are and it, here, I'll show you this. Saltersport. This is like essentially what you're looking at as you're kind of coming down the hillside. And you can see these various kind of sprawling dwellings built on the cliffs and tucked in to all of like the nooks and crannies, switchbacks, paths and trails leading from the docks down by the water up to like the dwellings in the high hills. A series of kind of rope bridges and like kind of gangplanks, walkways elevated high up above the ground below as you guys come. But you note this building first, standing on an open patch of beach, like a distinctly outside of the city. The remnants of what once might have been like a ship of some significance. You see this very kind of quaint looking, really sort of distinguished shop. There's not really many people out milling around the beach, though you see some figures moving around outside of the shop. It's still like a good half-mile away from you down the hill, but Noel just kind of like gestures down to it with his reforged staff, and he's like, That's it right there. That's the Marguerite Rose.
My,
What do you
that
say?
is a very unique and interesting building.
Yeah, well, the captain was her ship once upon a time. Folk around these parts, well, they all shop here for something or another. Captain really, they're a good sort, despite being a bit old and briny. They got a warm heart down at the bottom of it.
Right.
So I don't think Holly's ever seen the ocean before. She's never left
Oh.
View. So she's just like very like just the scale of it, I think, is like very overwhelming for the moment. So I think she's doing a lot of like staring and looking and kind of stops.
You should go for a swim, young
licking
Holly.
her lips, trying to get the salt off the air.
Yeah, Odell was gonna say to Holly, like, be careful. It doesn't taste this. Look, it's gross. It's salty. You don't like it.
Welcome to the sea there, Miss Goodtail. That's quite a thing to look at, isn't it? Stretches just as far as you can imagine.
It's so big. It's so much bigger than Marshview.
You're not kidding. I had dreams in my youth that I might take up on one of these ships out of the port here and sail my way out beyond the horizon, but, well, one thing led to another. I never quite got to it. I think
Quilliam is snuffling around the sand, and you may see a couple of the sand fleas and sand jumpers just like jumping from the sand into his quills, and a few just like coming, just collecting a few more friends.
I think.
Oh, come on, little buddies! There's loads of room.
Noel looks over at the pair of the Mapach, the siblings, Odella and Obi, and he's just like, I want to just thank you again. Well, I would have been a goner there. So thank you for that. And then, looking to you, Odella, he's just like, you think you're up for this?
Yeah, I think so. We'll see.
I don't want to put you in a position that's dangerous for you. So whatever you think you need to do here, I won't contradict you.
I've been in dangerous spots before. I think I'll be okay.
You ever been swallowed by a plant? Because that was...
I have never been swallowed by a plant, no. What was in there? Just...
mud. Leaves.
Speaking of what was in there, what's in the bag you pulled out?
Huh?
That's in the box.
Here.
What's in the box?
Yeah.
He hands it to you.
Pull it open.
Odella, what's the most coin you think you've ever seen anywhere at one point?
I don't think a lot. Maybe a couple hundred, 100 or so, probably.
Okay, you look down in there, and it's despite the kind of gray, dreary day around you, I think the wind blows your cape kind of flipping, your patches and your tattered kind of garments kind of blowing in the breeze as you peer down into this bag, and it's this jumbled mix of gold and silver that's 10 times more than that. It's got to be somewhere in the region of 1,000 gold. You think
so
to
heavy?
Yourself, yeah, it's pretty hefty. Yeah.
What? No, where did you get all this?
Once upon a time, I reacted the same way when I saw that much coin the first time. But you live as old as me, Odella. You'll give away 10 times that much before it's said and done. You may not think so, but I could just about promise it. This
don't you have something you want to buy with this? Or you just want to keep it?
There's a lot of things I want, but I can't buy any of them. Not with this.
Why not? Oh, you're talking about friendship and love and that stuff? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's one of them things old folk like me say to young whippersnappers like you that Actually, I'm really surprised you came onto it that quick. I thought it was maybe a little bit more enigmatic.
I've heard this one before.
Yeah, you know your old folk sayings. That's for sure.
Listen, this is great. I don't think, and kind of like looks to the rest of the group like, I should not hold on to this because I have a tendency to run away ahead. So, and then if also we're in the city where I'm the most likely to be attacked, so somebody else should hold on to all of it. I mean, no, you could just hold on to it for now.
Look, here's the thing of it. I ain't gonna mince words with you. I've got a few more spots like this out in the woods, and this was just, well, it was put aside for a rainy day once, and ain't quite raining that hard yet, but I feel like there's a storm coming. So I just think
a real storm's gonna come.
Odella like prays to Hath for rain.
I think he's just like he's like a captain's a tough sword on the edges, and I don't know that they'll be able to help us with what we're looking for, but if anybody has a bead on where that harm might be, then I'd imagine it might be them. They make it their business to find old things like that, and well, they might have something else that proves useful for you, so if putting this in their hands helps you along, then it's the least I can do with it. It's better than it sitting in a hole in the ground, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I have some amazing investment opportunities for you. Have you heard of NFTs?
Oh, no.
Can I give you anti-inspiration? How does that work?
Yeah.
If you roll in that 20, Rich gets to take it away.
He's like, I like you, Quilliam, but that's not funny now.
Quilliam would more likely have NFTs.
Well, what you're doing, you are supporting artists in a digital format, you see. It's actually quite...
So,
it's not a Ponzi scheme at all.
I don't know if there's anything else that you all want to know, but seems like there's no time but the present.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right.
Yes, I want to see what the inside of this lovely shop looks
I
like.
think with that, Noel starts with this winding path down off the cliffside towards the shop, the Marguerite Rose down to the beach. As you all are approaching, you see a couple of figures moving around outside. And I think the lot of you, like, walking up, Noel with the staff, like, kind of, like, punching down into the sand as you finally, like, reach the beach. The, like, brine of the ocean, like, filling your nostrils up, Holly. Quite a distinctive thing. Birds, the likes of which you don't see in Marshview. These like large kind of gulls circling above, like squawking and cawing in their kind of flocks. And as you're coming up, I think you see there's a pair of figures that are kind of like running around outside in front of the shop, and they like catch sight of you and start like trotting over towards the pair of you. The closer they're getting, they're small. They're quite sized for one of Holly's stature. As you realize they're a pair of like tiny Jerbeens, these little like mousefolk, like come kind of like racing up towards you. One of them is wearing like a simple kind of like shift, a little bit of like an apron in front of it, not quite as nice as yours, Almond. She's got like a pouch kind of attached to the belt at the side of her hip, and like a short sword also there. The other one with like this vest and these sort of pants that come down to his shins. They have like a real similarity to them. I think, Holly, like you recognize a pair of Jerbeen siblings when you see them, and they like come racing up, and I think that like the boy is just like, hey, hi there, good morning, good afternoon, hey, how are you guys? Oh my gosh, you're not from around here, I don't know a lot of you. And the sister is just like, hi, hey, this is my brother, welcome to the Marguerite Rose, hello, hi, how are you? Oh, do I know you? Aren't you famous? I saw you dance once, oh my gosh, you're Obi Honorel, oh my gosh, that's Obi Honorel. It's like, she's like shaking the brother, and the brother's like, who? Who is it? I don't know. I don't go to those stupid dances. Get off of me. Let go of me. Hey, what? Hey, hi. Hey.
Odella would be at the back, like trying to hide in the back, mostly with like hood up, trying to basically like not be noticed by anyone.
Oh no.
What?
Are these friends of yours, Holly?
No. We don't all know each other. That's not how this works. But hello.
Hi, hey, how are
I
you?
just
Great.
assumed you were related.
No, we're not all related. What the heck's the matter with you, old man? Anyway, we could be friends, though. That'd be great. Or you're not from around here? I don't know. You from Saltisport?
No, I'm from Marshview. I've never been here before. This is so cool. What's your name? I'm Holly. Yeah?
Yeah, that's great. Holly, I'm Lorno. This is Linnell. Are you here to sell that armor on your back? Because actually the captain's always looking to buy stuff like that, and that looks really old, and probably he'll pay you so much. And I think Lorno's like, all right, relax. You're not supposed to do this. You keep mucking up all the negotiations. You can't tell them that we're desperate to be buying stuff. Shut up, why don't you? Yeah.
Oh, I'm definitely not selling it. Please don't ask again. But these are my friends. Can we talk to the captain?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. Come on, let's go. I think that Odella, are you trying to like disguise yourself, or are you just trying to hide back there?
No, I think just try to hide.
Okay,
I think we lost the Twitch stream, Yep. Rich. I don't know if that's
Oh no.
No.
on my end.
It seems still
Oh, no,
alive.
never mind. Just on me. Never mind. Ignore me.
You want me to make a stealth check?
Yeah, stealth check.
Before you do that, Grace,
I haven't seen the result.
Quilliam will place a paw on the shoulders, like, just in case you need a little bit of help. Not that you do, but maybe this will help. And he shall cast Veil of Dusk.
Oh, wow, that's
Whoa.
lovely.
What's that do?
You encamp towards a creature, cloaking them in a shadowy veil of darkness and silence. The target gains +1 on their armor class and makes stealth checks at advantage for the duration of the spell.
Nice.
Cool.
It's one of the new ones that came with the Humblewood.
So cool. There's a couple
That's
of
cool.
really good druid spells with the Humblewood. Remind me when we're done tonight. I have a few other PDFs I can shoot you guys with extra stuff. So I think that like Lorno and Linnell, like they start walking, and Linnell's like, I could have sworn there were 5 of you when you were coming, and Lorno's like, you never could count that well. Just get over it. Let's go. Come on. And the pair of
Would you like a hard-boiled candy
Oh
sweet?
my gosh, I absolutely would so much. That would be delightful.
There you go. One for you and one for you.
Wow, you're
Yeah, you.
And little
I think
crinkly one.
Holly's demeanor has like instantly changed because she is immediately jealous that anybody might be Quilliam's favorite over her, and so she is. Anyway, just yeah.
not like small.
You tell me,
Oh
Rich.
my
I feel like I'm
goodness.
not trying. This is more a stealth of like blending
Just
into the
overlook.
crowd,
Yeah,
not like trying
yeah.
to like disappear.
Yeah.
More trying not to be noticed
Mhm.
is what this stealth is.
I got you. I think we see Holly's like whiskers twitch as her little like nose wrinkles up, eyeing the pair of these two. And so with the two of them like yammering at each other in the front of the group, they kind of bring you up towards the front of this place. I think as like you're looking around, you note this big burly looking strig like an owl folk around the side of the shop. It's kind of like moving heavy crates, and as you all are like coming up, I think we hear like ding, this bell on the door kind of jangles as it opens, and out comes this Vulpin, much younger looking than Noel, but there's a distinctive like kind of like rolling gait as he steps through the door, and we hear like thunk, 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 and you see he's like missing one of his legs, right? He has like this peg from the knee down as he like leans over onto the banister, and he's like, what'd you two drag up out of the tide? Oh, is that you, Noel? Heck, we ain't seen you in some weeks. Welcome back. Who's this lot you got with you? And old Noel's like, oh, just some travelers I found out on the road there. We were hoping we might be able to talk to the captain. This here, he says, this is Lucas.
Hello, Lucas. Would you like a hard candy sweet?
I don't think I could deny you.
There you go.
He says, did you get it from Michelle's salted caramel cart, or?
I'm going to say yes.
He's like, Noel's like, oh yeah, we love the caramel cart. Sure, Captain
Now don't get used to it. I only have a few left.
Yeah, and so like I think Lucas like takes the candy and is kind of like unwrapping it from the leaf or whatever you keep it in, and kind of eyes it a little bit like, I've never seen one like this exact. All right, well, he just like crunches it immediately upon putting it in its mouth, like, ooh, yeah, that's got bite. All right, hey, you two, come on, get up out of there, legs. Let's go. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Yeah, the captain's inside, Noel.
You're supposed to suck it, not bite it. I don't know what you're doing.
You can suck it.
Excuse me, mister?
You heard me. I think at this point, coming around from the corner, you see this like a Luma, which is sort of like almost like a dove person, right? One of the bird folk. She has this little like almost like crenellation of like kind of feathers dangling almost up over her head, and she's just like she comes around the corner like just like, by the amaranth, Lucas, you got yourself a mouth that's dirtier than the backside of a fish that's been eating dead things for the last week. You shut your trap and don't be talking to the customers like that. I don't know how many times I gotta tell you. Don't make me tell the captain. And Lucas is like, you could suck it too. I'm sick of all of yous. Anyway, I'm just all right. Never mind. I didn't mean nothing by it. I'm sorry. I thought I'm a little jumpy. A lot of folks that not that great with people. All right, anyway. I think he like steps out of the way. Don't let me slow you down. Have you got yourself coin to spend, go send it. Are you selling that breastplate?
No, leave me alone. I hate you.
You know what? I hate you even more. You shrimpy little big-eared, long-tailed, hopping.
Nice.
And I think we see like the sable kind of like shoves this fox guy back and is like, Lucas, you stupid son of a mother's monkey. You can't be talking to the customers like that. Get out of the way. You can't be opening the door. I swear to you, I'm sick of all this nonsense. Would you get around? And she like kind of like starts escorting him out of the way. And I think the pair of Jerbeen look back to you like, oh, we're so sorry about that, Miss Holly. I didn't mean for nothing. Lucas, he's a little angry. Got his leg cut off there. He's always a bit grumpy about things. He really doesn't like candy. I'm not sure why he took it. And Lorno's like, all right. You know, you're always talking so much. The louder you talk. And I think it's at this point that, like, the door finally opens. Noel's like, looking a little exacerbated with like all of this. There's this whole like assortment of like motley individuals here, and as the door opens now, we see like the silhouette of this figure in the doorway. Lanterns behind, the inside not dark and scary, but darkened in that way that the inside of a building is on a kind of dreary day. And I think that you see the silhouette of like this rounded hat, these kind of like shoulder pads, and this figure comes striding forward out of the door, like stopping just in the frame of the doorway. And I think you hear like is that old Noel then? Yes, scurvy old Vulpin. It's been some years since I seen you here at me shop. What brings you here with these vagabonds? As this figure like steps out of the door into the sunlight, and you see the captain for the first time. Certainly, Odella, you know them. Obi, you've probably like seen them in the past before. Their sword like hanging from the sword belt. This very kind of ornate, distinguished military like uniform with the medals hanging on it. But I think the one thing immediately of note to all of you is the captain's left hand, which is badly damaged. The bird folk don't have wings, right? They have arms with claws at the end of them, but they have like wing-like feathers that roll off of their arms, and they're able to kind of use them to glide. And as you're looking at the captain, you can see that her left arm is like badly burned. There's the kind of like like goose flesh, like short stubbly feathers that look like they never quite grew back right. There's this scarring all around the kind of worn skin of the hand, and the arm is kind of like tucked in tight against her, as like the other one is like gesturing like Well met, and welcome to the Marguerite Rose. You're friends of Knowles, and you're welcome enough here.
Thank you for your hospitality. I'm very excited to see what you might have collected since the last time we rolled through. Well, some of us rolled through.
I know you, don't I? You look familiar. Can't quite place you, though. Have we sailed together?
Oh, no, I'm not much one for sea legs. Though, maybe it'd be alright. I haven't tried. You might recognize this. And he kind of takes a couple steps back, and I think he winks over towards whichever of Lorno or Linnell was the one who recognized him.
Yeah. It's definitely Linnell.
Probably lost track of which one's which a little bit. But he winks over towards them and sort of puts his hands out to the side, and then, like full Willy Wonka style, like just sort of goes like just sort of like topple forward, before like rolling into like a tumble that he kind of then leaps up out of, and sort of lands very delicately on one foot before sort of taking a stance. Jog your memory at all?
Right. How could I be forgetting? You're part of that troupe, right? Sure.
Yes, yeah. Kalator, yeah. It's been a little while since I've danced with them, but we passed through Salters a few times. We come by every year, so.
Well,
yes.
Good, great, and I love to see it. Here, come on into the shop. Dreary day out here, storm's coming. Anyway, come on.
Let's get a description of the inside of this shop. I can't wait.
So I think as you all start striding in through the door, the captain's kind of standing outside on the porch holding the door so the lot of you could make your way in. And as you step into the place, it is just a ship full of splendors. The door itself is round. You hear the brassy jingling sound of the bell as you come in. And actually, there's all these windows high up on the wall. Half of them are stained glass, the other half clear. So there's much more light in here than you might have expected. You could imagine on a less dreary day it would be beautiful. Your senses are just hit immediately with the scent of spices and herbs that are completely unfamiliar to you. Some of you a little more traveled, a little more seasoned might be accustomed to them, but these are the foodstuffs, the spices, the flavors and ingredients of far and exotic lands, things that are not so common here in the Humblewood itself. All around you. There are shelves against the walls, shelves kind of through the middle of the store itself. You see nets hanging from the ceiling with burlap bags hanging off hooks on the walls. There's all manner of lanterns of kind of glasses. You see spy glasses, jars, boxes, and on the wall behind there's a long counter at the back with the high wall above it. A window on the high wall that looks down into the main room, and displayed on all of these kind of weapon racks and pegs that are up out of the wall in the back behind the counter, a series of weapons, right? And then there is a door that is a very sort of discernible and obvious lock up high on it, and another lock lower down that's behind this section back here. Right, it's really a homey atmosphere, and the place smells nice, and yeah, I think that we hear a soft crooning as well, as you guys come in, and you note that. Right, sorry, there is sitting around by the back counter, another bird folk. It's a raptoran, right? This one much smaller than the captain or even the Strigg that you saw outside, with the classic pirate eye patch. Their clothes nowhere near as ornate as the captain's, and they're kind of sitting there plucking away at this small stringed instrument, kind of just crooning to themselves as a lot of you come in.
There is a shipload of stuff here.
It was a long way to go for that one. The patience was well rewarded. And I think the captain's just like, yeah, well, I've been here for quite a while. Many years since the Rose sailed the seas, so had plenty of time to fill her up with all manner of oddities.
Do I know
it is immensely...
Sorry, Aiden.
No, I'm done. Go for it.
Do I know if this place would sell, like, healing potions or anything like that?
Mm-hmm. They do. You know that the back room is like the showroom for like the more exotic stuff. Healing potions certainly could be bought here, along with like all manner of like mundane and kind of basic items. But the word on the street is that like the stuff in that back room, there's some real hot stuff.
And all like the weapons that are out in this main room seem to be regular weapons.
Yeah, they're finely made. Some of them appear to be from like far and away, not like necessarily local things. Ornate looking, though. Yeah, they're pretty standard fare, right? They're all kind of basic weapons, right? But they're.
You said boxes earlier. Odell is like staring at the box.
Yes, yes, real nice boxes.
So nice boxes.
And so I think that the captain's like. Just like, well, I don't know how much old Noel told you there, but they call me the captain, of course. This here's me shop. This here's me crew. They're good enough folks. I'm sorry about Lucas. He's a snippy sort.
Is he okay?
What's the salty
he
language?
Seems a little bit troubled.
What were you saying, Austin?
I was just saying, we put the salty language in Salter's Port.
Do you sell salt?
Well and good.
No. Ironically.
No.
William
much
is
of a
busy
market
himself,
for
just
it.
taking out little and just like sniffing little things and looking for cinnamon and stuff that would make nice cookies and stuff like that, and going, "Oh, almond, you must smell this. It's lovely. It would go well with blah 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 blah." Just cooking talk.
Oh, well, if ye two are the cooks or the chefs or what have, I've got a few strange things just came in. Got a big shipment of dust plume spice from the deserts to the south, actually. Can't find that in any other shop in the city, I'll promise it to you. Some Gasparian tree nuts as well.
Ooh,
I
tree
mean, I've
nuts.
never
That
heard
sounds
of either, so
absolutely
that's-
lovely.
Yeah.
It's
Holly
like gonna
try
whisper
to-
to him. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, can Holly try to kind of? She's small. She's hoping she can kind of hide and check out the room in the back with the cool stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Make a stealth check, Holly.
Holly, don't go far now.
It's a natural one.
I think just like that. We hear Quilliam like, Holly, don't go far now. And you look around and Holly's gone. And I think we hear like, cling. It's like, she's like reaches up for like the like unlock the top lock of the back door. And the breastplate kind of like shifts on her back. The pack like jangles and the captain like turns wheeling back over like, all right. Easy now there, small one. Hands off the lock. It's a locked door anyway. And then if you get past the locks, you wouldn't
Children.
want to see the second thing that we got keeping you out. Are you... Is that... No. By the amaranth, what have you brought me?
Nothing.
Noel's like, now, don't get the wrong impression. I know over the years I brought quite a few interesting things by here, but that belongs to Miss Goodtail. And it's hers to do with as she please, even if she means to carry it halfway across the countryside without ever putting it on. It's not for sale. And I think the captain like looks over the lot of you now, like really looking at you for the first time. And so I think, Grace, this is the moment where you tell me what you're trying to do here, but the captain's about to take a good look at everybody. Yeah.
I don't think it's like enough that like it's like I think even if it's like pretty obvious, like it's like very obviously hiding, I feel like is sort of the like it's like hood over not looking, which is like in a way its own obvious, it's obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
In some ways. So I don't know. do with that what you would please, I think.
Okay. Then
I came into the store. So.
And you're not disguised, right? Or did you put on
Nope,
your scrounge? No,
not-
you didn't put the
no,
scrounge
not
craft disguise
disguised.
on. So I think that we see the captain like stopping
just
now,
before you got in.
looking from like Holly in the breastplate back to like really Iobe, and then Iobe, that's a fun word. And then it turns like they turn
Really
like
Iobe.
looking at Almond and are just like their head tilts a little bit, like nodding once, and their eyes like pass over Quilliam to like linger on Odella, and I think they're like, "Oh, you I do recognize. You got a lot of nerve coming back into my shop after all of that."
Okay, I think
Arr.
Odella like takes down her no, she's like caught, right? So like takes down her hood and it's like, yes, hello again.
Got anything to say for yourself?
Just good afternoon. It's great. Still such a great shop you have. Everybody is like, just
I think Noel's like,
Except for Armand. Armand's too busy still like smelling some of the spices and stuff.
oh yes, Captain. About the last time I was here, I did want to say
I think the
that
captain takes like 2 steps forward towards you.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like they're like a big, tall, like bird.
like to like
you know?
try to take a step back, and I'm assuming there's just like a wall.
Yeah,
Just like stuff
whole,
maybe,
the
like
stuff's,
even like, and
rattling
I'd have
on
to
the
like
shelf. Yep.
hold it in place. Like, yeah. So I'm not gonna touch any because like that was the problem. Is I touched the stuff without having money. So I did want to say that I am sorry for doing that last time. That was my yeah. So
I think the
we're good, right?
the music has stopped, as has like the crooning in the back. The second like one-eyed Raptoran, I think you just hear like the words from behind the kind of group of you as they've like walked up and are kind of probably standing right near Almond, like sniffing the spices. Way shorter than you, Almonds, right? This little Raptoran, one-eyed, like, "Do we have a problem here, Captain?" And Captain like peers back, like looking over at you, Odella, taking another like step forward, and is just like, so you're sorry. And this time you're not going to touch nothing that don't belong to you.
Yeah, not gonna touch anything at all ever again in my life.
That sounds very unlikely. No.
Okay, that's a little unlikely, but in here, I won't touch anything.
Sorry, dice roller in the way. Bing. I think that the captain is just like looks over like, "Why did you bring these people here, Noel? What's going on?" And the one-eyed Raptoran is just like, "We can get them gone real quick if you need, Captain." And Noel's like, "No, I don't know that there's a need for that. We need to talk if you're keen to. Miss Odella here was real worried you might not accept her apology, but with such an earnest and emotional expression of her regret, I'm certain you couldn't possibly reject it, Captain. Could you?" And I think like that very conspicuously, he kind of like shifts the sack, like the coins, you know. And the captain's eyes narrow a little bit, like, and she looks like the one-eyed Raptoran, like, "Circle up the crew. I'll be in back."
Can I very quickly like try to get listen, Captain? Listen. When you kicked me out, you told me not to get involved with anybody in Saltersport, to be a good kid. to not do anything. And
I'll be right honest with you, Mapach.
yeah.
I've taken in my fair share over the years. Lost souls, strays, folks set adrift without nothing else to hold on to. It's easy to get lost in the current of a place when you got no anchor.
Or the current of a river if you're floating down it.
Huh?
Never mind.
Yes, I can attest to that.
But listen, you gave me advice. You gave me advice when you kicked me out of your store, and you told me I could make a choice, and I did make the wrong choice. I joined a group that didn't do good things, and for a long time, I did bad things. But your advice just took a while to settle in, and I want to do good now. I'm not welcome with those people anymore. And if you want to kick me out and have me leave, I can go. But just know I did listen to you. It just took a while.
I think the captain nods the slightest of gestures at you, Odella, and is like, I'm not one for offering too many second chances. But the truth is, we'll have to learn from our mistakes. And Noel's like, we got ourselves in a bit of a situation, one worth, explaining a little bit to you. And yes, it is what you think it is. It's Noel kind of looks towards Holly, and the captain turns away from you, Odella, staring at you, Holly Goodtail, well, I guess you get to see what's in the back room after all, anyway, little one. Come on. And I think she strides to the back, turning back again to the one-eyed Raptoran, circle the crew. Keep eyes everywhere. Put Lucas in the crow's nest. And with that, she walks towards the back door and reaches into the folds of this kind of ornate cloak, taking out a key, unlocking the top lock, leaning down lower to unlock the second, and then turning and pushing the door open, and she whispers a word kind of very quietly before stepping through the door.
Can any of
I was
you
gonna
see
say,
what
can
that
I
is?
hear
Yeah. I'm just double checking all my stealth checks. I didn't load the captain's whole sheet up in here. You guys can make perception checks.
I'm not going to make a perception check.
Okay.
Well,
Oh yeah, you hear it, Holly. You hear it as well, Quillian.
26.
I'm still distracted
Got
by
it.
the spices.
Yep. So
I'm still marveling at the 8-point differential in their perception roll.
It's really wild. You hear the word as well, and it's literally ahoy.
Oh.
And she steps in the door, gesturing after you, all right, come on then. And so yeah, she ushers the six of you into the
William
back
is
room.
walking very deliberately with that staff, kind of upset that nobody has noticed how cool his staff is. Everybody.
She actually as you get to the door.
I have one too.
As you get to the door, Quilliam, she turns and is really looking at it and is like, "Is that from Marshview?"
No, I'm originally from Alderheart.
What'd you say your name was?
Quilliam Softpaw.
Softpaw.
Yes,
I know that name.
but don't worry. I don't always have to be soft. I can be quite hard when I need to be, particularly if my friends are in trouble. I realize how that sounds, and I probably should have thought about it before I spoke, but now I'm just rambling.
I'll be honest with you, old fella. Half the folks I have here for crew, well, they're a bunch of rambling drunks also, so it's actually, it's totally alright, I understand. That's...
Oh, I don't drink.
Well, no excuse for that. Alright. She like gestures, stepping out of the way for you to come in. And I think like on that note, we just see her like sigh, like taking a flask out, like taking like a long trot as she steps in and pulls the door closed behind you. So in this back room, there are a couple of like couches, love seats, upholstered chairs. There's a long, not like overtly like huge table, but like a long kind of like table in the center of the room with like a fine finish and polish over it. You notice that there are a couple of like almost like metal chests with like double doors that are sort of like closed with padlocks on them on the side of the room. A few like kind of straight up Foot Locker style chests also around the room. And so the captain like gestures to the table and is like, why don't we have a seat then and hear what your tale is? And I think Noel's like, look, I'm not sure what's going on, but... Well, have you had any trouble with the perch guard and such here in the last couple days? Gallus running around, any of them dawn callers? And I think the captain's head, like, tilts a little bit, like... the dawn callers. There was a whole gang of them Gallus what came through here. They actually tussled with some of your old lot. Miss Mapach, and they're like, it's Storm Shadow crew. I think they were working together. I thought they were of the same affiliation, but the roosters just kept screaming, fear the dawn rises, we'll all be blinded in the light of the dawn. I mean, it was very one note.
It's annoying.
Yeah, it was really
they do
annoying.
A lot of yelling.
Yeah.
How long ago was this now?
3 days.
Okay, that sounds like it might have been the same group that we encountered.
They came.
Do you know if one of them was called Rollins by any chance?
Oh, that daft knucklehead of a Gallus, indeed. I know that one.
He's turned himself around. I guess it's only been...
He has changed. Yes, he's changed his ways now.
I have big hopes for his redemption.
Yeah.
He was a disgrace.
Oh, he is a wonderful redemption arc going on, does our Rollins.
I think she's like, he was a disgraced perch guard from Alderheart was the word that I got. I thought that was just a gang of his cronies running around trying to make him feel bigger than he was. Are they involved in something larger?
Definitely.
Well, they came... That's the reason we are here. They came to march for you and tried a little heist. It worked initially, but we, as... I believe we are being affectionately known as the Marshview 5. We came to reclaim this wonderful artifact. God, where'd that accent go? This lovely artifact. And through various encounters we've been set on a bit of a path. A path that has led us here.
We fought dead chickens.
We did
It
do
does
that
seem
as well, yes.
like the dawn callers are, at least in some way, connected to someone with necromantic interests, raising the dead of some kind. They were apparently meeting and conducting some sort of ritual at the Deep Well that we were not able to prevent or stop. We didn't see the dawn callers at the well, but they were meeting a necromancer there. Allegedly, purple eyes.
And I think that, like, the captain, like, looks to Noel, and you see him nod, and he's like, I don't know a lot of things for certain. Can't be sure yet, but they speak the truth of it. There are a bunch of skeletons raised up from, well, death, and they came after us lot of folk. Something fierce. And that is exactly what you think it is. This young Jerbeen here, well, she swam herself down to the bottom of that deep well and retrieved it with her own 2 paws. That staff is exactly the one that Oz carried into this place 30 years ago when he walked through, and you know it. So that's 2 of them. A necromancer with purple eyes sounds a bit too familiar from the tales that I heard, and I know you heard them as well out on those ships. And the captain's like, by the amaranth. I thought they were just up-jump bandit fools. But you mean to tell me the dead are walking out there?
Well, that's not to say they are also fools. They very well might be.
Well, surely they are if they're dealing with a necromancer. What of Alderheart? Does anyone know? And Noel's like, I haven't been up that way in months. Better part of a year. I can't be sure, but... Well, me and the young'uns here, we met on the road and got tangled up and all that at Deepwell, and... Look.
Mr. Oz went there, I think. I think that's what she said.
Yes, yeah. Lady Boomwell said that Oz was heading to Alderheart. Or was it the Avium?
Oz and Lumel. Now I'm mixing them up. I think she's like, Oz and Lumel they were brave when they were young. He's made quite a name for himself with the Avium from what I know in the years since.
It was the Avium.
He's headed back to the Avium, yeah. For a time. So
is that typical that
it's
Oz
been
would
months since I've been in Alderheart.
that she would know Oz? Like, is that she's? Can I don't know.
Make a history check, maybe, Odella. You can roll with advantages. You've been around here in Saltersport. You might, whatever.
20.
Okay, so I think that putting the pieces together, Noel had talked about the fact that Oz and Lumel, when they were young, 30 years ago, they kind of went out on the road adventuring. And this fellow Magni and his hold that keeps getting talked about, Magni was the youngest of their company at the time, 30 years ago, right? And so the idea, not everybody knows them, but it's not wild that she would know them, right? She obviously she knew them from back in the day. They're of an age, kind of, right?
Okay.
So I think that the captain is looking all you over and is well, I'm flattered that you all decided to come here to share tales of Walking Dead and the return of a necromancer from a century-long past.
We didn't just come to tell tales. We actually came for perhaps a bit of help.
What do you know about a horn?
And some swords.
And some swords.
And some salted caramel.
And cinnamon, if you have any.
I heard something about salted caramel.
There's cinnamon out there with the dust spice and the nuts. Here you go. Here. I think she gets up and walks over to one of the servers on the side and is just do you all not drink, or is it just the Hedge?
Oh, I'll have a drink.
We drink.
Good, I'm gonna need...
Holly, you are not having a drink.
I think the captain comes back to the table and puts down a small, kind of pewter tray filled with salted caramels and is just
wow.
Michelle's own, and slides them towards you, Almond. And then I think she's just mead, or do you want the strong stuff? And she starts putting glasses down for you, Obi, and Odella, and yeah.
Have any tea?
Tea?
Oh yes, it's very relaxing of an evening.
Can Holly try to sneak a drink?
Oh, for crap's sake.
Passive 17.
I'm aware.
Holly can definitely try to sneak a drink. Yeah, go ahead and make a sleight of hand check. As you're going to try to sneak a drink. The captain, I think, heads over to the door and opens it up put a pot on. The Hedge wants himself a pot of tea. And so, yeah, sleight of hand, 11. You definitely see Quilliam. I don't know, anybody, all of you guys probably see as Holly is reaching.
Holly, now, your mother would crucify me if I were to let you do such a thing. Now,
I'm sorry, I'm allowed to fight skeletal birds, but I'm not, and go swimming into a deep well and be given some big destiny, but I can't have a drink? Come on.
Yeah,
well,
cheers.
If I'm being honest, I'm not overjoyed you're doing all of that as either, but at least this one I can control. But no alcohol.
I think
You can pout all you like.
Who's alcohol?
yeah, exactly. I think the captain has like gone to the door and like sent somebody out to like make a pot of tea, and they kind of like come back as like all of this is sort of like happening, this whole conversation, and so they're just like, I think that they like lean down in, one hand on the back of your chair, Holly, and 13. I think they go to like pass you the flask, kind of like surreptitiously, like
Nobody's getting past this Hedge's passive perception.
I know. I was gonna try and swap your tea up with alcohol as well.
And so I think that.
Can all try. These old eyes don't miss much.
Okay,
Gosh, you're really keen on it, aren't you?
When you're sleeping.
Are they gonna miss that though?
All right, listen.
Quilliam will send a flurry of fleas and gnats towards the hand of the person who just. I'm not having infestation or anything like that. I'm just like little gnats start biting anytime anybody tries to slip a drink.
Okay,
to Holly.
yeah. The captain like is handing Holly the flask, and then is like, well, that you're real serious about this then. Okay. There's no need for that. You could.
I was told to look after the well-being of these young folk, and I will take that duty very seriously if you don't mind.
Fair enough. More for me. I think she tilts the flask back again, like putting it on the table, and is like, look, I'm not inclined to just be sharing me secrets with strangers, but I've known Noel a long time. I know that. I've heard tale of that breastplate, though I've never seen it before, and I've laid eyes on that staff hanging over the high hearth. I'd never forget it. So you're not the first one in the past few days asking about the horn.
Oh, who else was asking? You can trust us, I assure you. We are good-natured folk.
And I think that she's like turning.
Old Noel trusts us.
And looking specifically at Odella, and is just like, you sure you don't run with that lot anymore? This isn't some elaborate trick to try to get me to hand off what you came asking for the other day?
No. I promise. I'm not with them. In fact, I'm actively against them.
There was this storm shadows that we're asking about it the other day.
And the captain nods. The captain's hat like bobbing on their head, and they're like, I'm not gonna mince words with you here. 3 weeks ago, someone came in here with a hole. They dug it out of a lair, they said. Some reptilian beast out east of here along the coast. They had a few knickknacks, trinkets, this and that. A sword that's, well, quite a flashy thing, but not one of Geidel's, if that's what you're asking about. But in a box with no ornamentation and no sigil was a simple horn. An afterthought, they thought. Nothing to it, really. I didn't realize what it was until after everyone went through it all. The storm shadows showed up here 4 days ago asking me about horns. It wasn't at the front of me mind. It's not a thing that I go around thinking about every day. The artifacts of the brave companions. The horn of the Everdeen. Such a thing, well, it's for bedtime stories and tavern songs. Not from my shop.
You best start believing in bedtime stories. You're in one. I'm sorry if that came across a bit more intimidating than I intended to.
No, you're a very intense hedge. I mean, it's really, it's actually rather impressive how ominous you could be given your clearly advanced age. I give you a lot of credit. I hope that I'm that scary when I'm on... Well, never mind.
Yeah, it's just like being in a bedtime
I
story.
assure you, you are scary.
Implying you're in a bedtime story. It's like you're asleep. It's like, oh, not great. It's very intimidating.
I don't sleep nearly as much as I did when I was younger. All right, look, the storm shadows.
What is with all these old... I mean, is it just me? Is it reverse? I mean, I like sleep.
Sorry, you said that the
Don't
horn,
understand.
or you said that there was a box? I'm just kidding.
I think it's something to do with like the circadian rhythms and the melatonin.
Yeah.
In the body,
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah.
Are you a wizard?
I'll-
What are these strange words?
Brain wizard.
Oh, unpacking the levels of that joke.
There's many. Yeah.
I think the captain is
Oh my
just
gosh.
like, I didn't know what I had, nor the crew, until it was too late.
The storm shadows took it.
They pinched it.
Oh.
Their fingers moved a little bit more deft than their old companions here, and they managed to get it out of the shop before I realized what was happening. The young ones, they spotted it. They tried chasing him down the beach, but they're not fighters. I've tried to make a home for them here, as there's nowhere else for them to belong, but, well, one of them wheeled cracked Lorno up the side of the head. Linnell, she can't stand seeing her brother hurt like that. They came running back here sobbing and bawling like a pair of, well, little Jerbeen. No offense.
Hey,
One of them attacked one of the Jerbeen.
That's right.
I cannot abide violence against children. That is nasty.
I sent... She says, I sent Laroon chasing after him. The Luma outside. She managed to track him.
Was that
Laroon.
the loon?
She says, the
Laroon?
foul-mouthed sable outside. The one who's all tangled up
Yeah.
with Lucas. She says, I sent her chasing after them. She trailed him to a cove not far from here. A big sea cave, not one that I ever done much exploring in, but locals call it the Seafoam Grotto. She said that they were meeting with the crew over there, with more of their kin. Mapach mostly, a couple of Vulpin among them. The fact of the matter is that I was, well, tentative to strike. I'm not a fighter anymore. I've seen too many losts to blades and spells in my ears, and I won't put these people in harm's way, not even for something that important.
Captain, I hope you don't mind me asking, and I do not want to cast any dispersions or aspersions or whatever the word I'm trying to say is, but your crew that you have, how long have they all been with you?
Some for decades, others not nearly so long. She says, the little ones are the newest to us. Lorno tried to pinch something some years back, and, well, he took my advice on the first pass.
It's a
Would you mind
wise
awfully
choice.
if we had a word?
Can I hold on? Can I ask something? Are Lorno and sorry, what's the other Sherbeen's?
Linnell.
And they were attacked by the storm shadows.
By the storm shadows, yeah.
And they are kids, or they're like how old are they?
yeah,
They're
are they
Holly
young, like
age.
Holly, or
Yeah,
are
I'm
they
calling
actually
them kids, but they're Holly age. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? They're like, young adolescents, older adolescents, young teenagers. Yep.
So, just so that we know who your crew is, I'm not casting any doubt over their loyalty. Lucas was the Vulpin, and Laroon is the Luma who had a bit of conversation. We noticed there was a Strig loading crates around the side. Kind of kept to himself or herself.
That's right. That's Gerda. She's been with us some years. Look, I understand that you're curious, but I trust my crew inside and out. She says Lucas and Slip, the Raptoran from outside, they were with me when this ship still sailed the seas. They were with me the day. And she looks down at her arm the day this happened. That's how they lost their eye and their leg. We were the only ones to swim away from that. Gerda.
It looks very nasty. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. It sounds traumatic.
She says she trusts everybody in her crew. That's what you just said, right?
Yeah.
She
said.
Could I tell if she's telling the truth?
Yeah, make an insight check. Go for it. Yeah. I think she's Gerda came not long after that. Laroon last year. The Jerbeen.
Nice.
More recently. They're all decent enough folk. 18. You have a pretty good feeling that she believes they're trustworthy, right? There's a defensiveness in her tone of no, really. It's defensiveness mixed with seriously, don't even bother. Yeah. And so I think that what she says is look, the fact of the matter is that I just do what I can try to do to make sure that they all have clothes on their backs and warm meals, soft beds to sleep in at night. I've gathered them around me because they deserve better than the lots that they were given, all right? Now, when it comes to these skulking thieves in Salter's Port, there's plenty. The Storm Shadows may not be the worst ones, but they got one over on me. They hurt my pride, not my wallet so much. And so I could have...
Did they steal anything else? Just the horn?
That's the thing of it. It was just the horn. They knew what they were looking for. They went down to the grotto, and then it wasn't 3 days later that I saw him, or she says 2 days later that I saw him arguing in the streets with all those dawn callers. There was some kind of altercation between them.
Well, I think we know our next destination, so... I think we are going to have an interaction, I guess, with some of your former associates, Odella.
Yeah. Is there anything?
Before
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
It's gonna ask if there's we see magic items in this room.
There's a bunch of locked up stuff. There's a bunch of locked up stuff, and I think Noel is I think actually I think the captain looking over the lot of you is you all have been through a bit getting here, huh?
Yeah, we found ourselves in some trouble.
Mr. Noel in particular, yes.
Yeah, Noel almost died.
That is true. Wasn't the first time, but it was pretty ugly. If it weren't for a lot of them, I never would have made it.
Somebody should really clean the stream about an hour away from town. Weird things are in that. Snakes, floating hedgehogs, shambling mounds.
I think Noel drops the sack on the table, and he's look, you know me. I've been walking these roads for a long time. I can't make this right. These 5, they're swept up in something. I don't know that you believe it, but that girl right there, she can go swimming down in that pool on just a lark. I think Brigitte herself appeared before them. I think that they're carrying the Night Father's staff, and now that. And now we find ourselves here with the lamp just outside of our grasp. The fact of the matter is I'm worried, Captain. I'm worried for them and what comes next. I'm worried for all of us if they can't. We'll do whatever that is that's coming. Now, I had inclinations to send them up towards Magni. I think I might have to go a different way. But I know they might be able to use whatever you might be able to spare. And so the captain's like looking over the lot of you and is like, I've got a few things I could part with. Well, it depends what you're looking for, I suppose. So I would start with the drink.
Potions, yeah? That's what you said?
Quilliam side-eyes Holly.
Oh, I would like to now use my 22 sleight of hand to swap Holly's tea for a drink that I rolled earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Holly is just like...
Yeah, it's a lot of elbow exhausted. I think that the captain, like...
Holly, look at me. Are you okay? Oh, that's a natural one on insight. Never mind.
I think the captain is like looking over the lot of you and is like, I have a few things. All right. Here. And I think she starts like walking over, the jangling of like keys at her belt, and she kind of like opens up one of these cabinets, unlocking the padlock and like pulling it open. She opens up like one of the chests that's on the floor, and like takes out like another box. Odell is getting excited that she brings over to the table and is like, opens the top. And so in the box on the table are a whole series of flasks. In the cabinet, as you're looking over at it, there's like a whole bunch of kind of assorted items inside. And I think she walks to like one more cabinet, opening that as well. So essentially, there's a bunch of like potions that appear to be in the box here. But as you're looking at the stuff in the cabinets, I think you see a necklace that's like hanging off of like a post on the wall. There's a pair of gloves that almost seem like they have like talons on the end of them. A cloak that looks to be made of like this grayish, really kind of like rough leather almost. What am I looking at here? Another like pair of gloves that almost have like this webbing in between the fingers. A javelin. A pair of boots, and then I think like she reaches up into the top, like taking another like smaller case that she brings to the table and opens, and there are 3 rings inside of it.
My word, you certainly have a collection.
It's my job. That's why I need to be chasing thieves out of here post haste, and I can't have any kind of tolerance for that kind of thing around here. Look, all of this stuff has some tricks and some knacks to it. I don't know what your interests are, but...
I can't imagine, even with Noel's gold, that we can afford many of these things. Do you have any of these potions, or do any of them heal people?
Aye. These 2 right here, and I think she takes out 2 that are in like thin vials with this like glimmering red liquid, and then another one that has almost like a bulbous bottom, and she's like, these 2 are run of the mill. This one here packs a bit more punch to it. So it's 2 healing potions and a potion of extra healing.
How much?
The 2 healing potions she's selling for 35 gold. The potion of superior healing, I'm like using old school terms, is going to be 80.
And how much do we have? Like, we think there's about 1,000 gold in Noel's pouch?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, we do have 3 people with Cure Wounds and Healing Word, I believe, in the party. So healing potions aren't hugely necessary.
True, and even what happened in the... I'm just thinking Noel almost died, but there was like... We could have healed him, we just couldn't get to him.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Yeah, we couldn't say... Yeah. A healing potion wouldn't have helped there.
There's all that healing in the I've got second wind too, yeah. So.
Oh, yeah.
So selfishly, I'm like, I don't have healing. It could be
I mean, I do think there's value in at least considering, depending on what else is here.
The other thing, though, is that Almond can make stuff, but
that's also true.
Very true.
But it is a use of my channel divinity to do so.
The boots.
Okay, that's good.
As you ask about the boots, Quilliam, I think that the captain takes them, bringing them over to the table, and kind of showing them to you, and is like, boots of speed. Quite.
Wow, they look like they are made for walking.
Quite formidable. Made for running more than walking, really. But
how much would you be looking for these?
Look, you all are involved in something big, it seems. If Noel trusts you, then I am inclined to. I can't just give them away. I need to recover my investment, but 400 gold.
Pair of boots of speed on on quite literally anybody on this group. That's big.
What about the cloak?
The cloak? Cloak of the manta ray. Lets you swim, breathe underwater. Might come in handy if you're heading to the grotto. I don't know how much use it'll have for you if your path takes you far north into the wood.
Yeah.
Just a point of reference, boots of speed, basically is a bonus action, allows you to double your move speed. Opportunity attacks have disadvantage against you. They make you very quick. They're very useful. Cloak of the manta ray allows you to transform into a manta ray in the water. Very cool.
How useful.
What about the first set of gloves?
The talons.
The first set of gloves.
This has suddenly become a shopping episode.
It has. I knew it was coming. The first set of gloves are... hold on, I'm jumping around through a bunch of my different...
Yeah, or just tell us what all the stuff does.
Yeah.
That would be great.
You want me to just tell you what all the stuff does?
Yeah, we're going to keep...
If she's going to tell us... Then
yeah, I mean, the rings were coming next for me.
Yeah, the rings are coming next, of course.
The necklace.
Okay.
Second
the gloves are the talons of the squall. They give you resistance to lightning damage. You roll all saving throws and ability checks made to resist being moved by strong winds with advantage. You don't suffer disadvantage on ranged attack rolls or perception checks while you're in strong wind. If you possess a fly speed, you can fly normally at that speed. Basically, here's what she's got. You ready? Let me go right down the line. Hold on one second as I'm coming back to this page. Where am I here? Oops. I'm going through too many people.
It would have been great if any of us picked Birdfolk.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Actually would have. To that end, she has here a necklace of adaptation, these talons of the squall that I just described, cloak of the manta ray, gloves of swimming and climbing, a javelin of lightning, a ring of swimming, boots of speed, a ring of resistance. Finally, these last things that she shows you. She has a folding boat. It's literally folds up into the size of a suitcase and unfolds to the size of a boat. Then she has cogwork rings and the ring of the sky hunter. What are those things, you ask? I will tell you. The ring of the sky hunter, oh gosh, I'm all over in a bunch of different things. Here we are. Cogwork rings, built by Mapach tinkers, one could suspect. It's essentially a backpack in the shape of a box, Odella, that you put on your back. It weighs 20 pounds, and you could activate it to create wings that let you fly. They're big, clockwork mechanical wings that fold out of the box to be woof, woof, woof. They're pretty expensive.
Okay,
right?
that's normal.
How much?
How much for the wings? The cogwork wings are 1,200 gold pieces.
1,200. Definitely a phrase I thought I'd say today. How much for the wings?
How much
I guess
for the
you could have been the
cogwork
chicken
wings?
wings.
The second thing here, very notable, is the Ring of the Sky Hunter. This ring essentially has a couple of charges. The ring produces a pair of spectral talons which dive from the sky and make a magical attack roll, essentially. And it works kind of like a Ring of the Ram, but like a bit differently, right? You have these 3 charges. You could burn more than one at a time. They fly out of the sky and they bite things. I love a Cloak of the Manta Ray. Every campaign, Taylor. Every campaign, I'll put a Cloak of the Manta Ray.
How much for the Ring of Resistance?
The Ring of Resistance is much less expensive. Just to be clear, the Cogwork Wings and the Ring of the Sky Hunter, both 1,200. The Ring of Resistance, 700 gold pieces.
What type of... Did she say what type of resistance it is?
There are 3 different ones.
Oh.
She has lightning, fire, and necrotic.
Oh, necrotic. We're fighting some undead things. Ooh.
Oh, those wings. I
don't think we have...
so tempted to just...
I don't think we have enough for them.
Yeah, but could we...
I can haggle them down to a grand.
You're the heroes sent to save the world. Can we please?
What was the necklace?
A necklace of adaptation. Essentially allows you to exist in like different inhospitable environments and like help you deal with like gas and stuff like this. Let me just double check. You could breathe normally in any environment, and you have advantage on saving throws against harmful gases. So you could like stand in a cloud kill or a stinking cloud, all this kind of stuff, or hang out, near Quilliam after he's been eating bugs all night.
I actually think that the speed boots, they're so much cheaper, and I feel like they come in handy much more often than the wings. So not that we couldn't try to like get both.
How much are the boots?
If
400,
right?
Yeah, 400.
Oh, 700.
No, you're correct. Yeah, you're correct.
So like,
I feel like the value on the boots is so
boots and
much
ring
more.
of necrotic resistance is like where my head's at.
Pretty good.
I don't know. I've heard tell that the Ring of Fire Resistance is always a good thing to spend money on, and hopefully,
I fell into a Ring of Fire
campaign.
The burning ring of fire.
I went down.
Down.
They went higher.
Haggle down for the burning ring of fire.
That's pretty good. What would that be? What's the Ring of Resistance and the boots?
Would be 1,100. I think the captain's like, I can part with them both for 1,000. That won't hurt me too bad. If that's what you got.
Throwing a healing potion on top of that?
You know what, Jerbeen girl? You let me have a good look at that there breastplate.
Oh.
Make a sketch for me records. I just want to remember. Not every day that you see a thing like that come walking into your shop.
Do you know what it does?
You don't?
No.
The legends say it used to glimmer like the dawn. That she was a light in the darkness, in the darkest of places. They say that her enemies would stand before her blind when the sunlight reflected off of it could inspire her allies. The truth, well, that's been lost to time. So I'll be curious if you ever make it back through this way, when this is all said and done. Your bedtime story, I mean. Maybe you'll tell me.
Okay. You can look at it for 2 healing potions and the things.
Make a persuasion check.
Hold on, can I help? And the way I'm going to help is I'm going to say, Captain, I did hear that that things were like going to be discounted. I heard that you were having a snail, and I wait for Shelby but she's too slow.
All right, Grace. All right, you can have DM inspiration.
A snail,
much.
keep waiting. The snail to slowly go on the shoulder.
I think she's like waiting for it. Like it was a very slow played joke.
Finally, Shelby
It's a very slow played joke. Make a persuasion check, Holly. 14. She's
14.
like,
And she kind of holds up the breastplate, all like, "You can look at it. It's so bright and shiny."
Ooh.
look, I'll give you the 2 healing potions. 1,000 gold. You take the ring. You take the boots.
Deal.
But you owe me a favor.
Sure.
Facts alive. The facts.
What's the favor?
The ring, you take the boots, you turn around, and then you have the facts.
Whoa.
I'm sorry, how old are you?
How old am I?
No, I was the guy singing the fact of life.
Very old. So she's like, I don't know what the favor is yet. TBD.
You just want me to give you like any favor?
No, it'll be a favor that I specifically ask you for when someday I'm like, I need a favor. Holly Goodtail, please would you do me that favor that you owe me? But really, I mean it for the entire lot of you. If...
Listen, I definitely owe you one, so.
Okay.
I wouldn't appreciate it if you put little Holly in the way of danger. More so than we are currently doing anyway.
What kind of favor do you think I'm looking for? I'm going to send the girl to go assassinate my enemies?
Don't-
It's the least of
Like,
my...
do you want me to go
Don't
pick
put her
up
in
some
danger.
salted caramel? I could do that.
Don't put her in danger. Okay, fine. We'll take the necrotic ring resistance because we're gonna go fight on the field. But don't you put her in danger.
It's also very particular that Holly is an adult. It is not weird that she's like on this adventure.
Yes.
She's just barely an adult.
Okay. I think the captain takes the ring with the black stone.
Not in my eyes, Holly. Not in my eyes.
You're always a girl. I think the captain takes the ring with the black stone out and like slides it into the center of the table, places the boots down, 2 healing potions. She takes Noel's sack of gold, right? And I think that like she's like, well, I don't know if you all mean to get moving quickly or if you're looking to find yourself a room for the night. What your plans are.
Well,
I would.
get moving quickly. We're gonna go to the cave, right? Isn't that the plan?
What time of day is it?
I don't think we necessarily need to rest.
I
Spells would be
mine,
right. Would
but
be the
if
biggest
we
thing?
need, if I mean, for me, I don't have any bardic inspiration left,
Oh,
which
yeah.
kind of
Okay.
cripples a lot of what I like my stuff. But like, if we need to press on, I've still got lots of spells, so I'm not. It's not the end of the world if we need to press on, or we want to press on. But it does limit some of
I
my
know
flexibility.
so many great alleys we could sleep in.
I think the captain's like, you don't need to
How about a
sleep
box?
in an alley.
What?
You don't need to sleep in an alley.
What do you got? A nice box? A box we can sleep in?
Well, I mean, what are you going to put the box in an alley?
Get a good enough box. You can put it anywhere.
Would you like me to build you a box?
Are you talking
May
about
I
a big,
ask?
Are you talking about like a big box, like a room, like a
Yeah.
bedroom? That's basically a big box.
Yeah, I'm talking about a bedroom.
great.
Yeah, I was going to
Okay,
send you
sure.
to an inn and have Philomena
Oh.
take care of you. She's a nice
Oh.
lady.
Sure. Yeah, that's just a big box.
They'll give you a whole
Do
bunch of different
you-
rooms. You could have a bed in a room in a building.
Wait, I've never
I've not
had my
slept in a
own
bed in
room
a long
before.
time. Whoa.
Really?
But yeah, there's like so many good tales.
You don't really get your own room on a ship until you're the captain, so I can relate to that. I spent a long time sharing rooms. I hated it.
That's why so many captains are introverts.
That was very
Could
funny.
you, by any chance, maybe draw this horn that we're looking for? I wouldn't
Oh,
mind
yeah.
getting a very clear image of it in my head. If we are,
For
of
reason.
course, going to be taking a bit of a rest.
2 steps ahead of you there, old one. 2 steps ahead. All right.
What time of day is it?
It's late in the afternoon, early evening now, right? We're
Okay.
coming up on the dinner
Oh,
hours.
okay.
So I think Noel says to you guys, you all tell me, I don't know how you want to proceed, but look, I've been thinking a lot since we came down through here. I can stay with you up to Magny's if you really want me to, but the fact is that I think that I gotta skip off to the side. I think one of us, well, I think somebody, quite frankly, and somebody I'm not sure who, other than me, because I don't really trust anybody else, needs to push out towards the avium. We need to...
If you're able to head that direction, maybe get in touch with Oz, let him know what's going on. More allies we have, the wider spread we know. If things are happening in Alderheart too, it would be useful to get eyes on that if we can.
Do you have any way of communicating with us while you're not with us?
Nothing real easy, I'll be honest. I mean...
If we need to send you a message, I can send Jeremy.
Sure.
Hey, remember them symbols I showed you there on that tree stump?
Of course.
There's a few caches like that along the way. I can give you a note of a couple of locations you might stop and look for them. I'll try to leave word as I make my journey.
Before you go, I do just want to say I feel like I was very excited to see that much gold, and we obviously have these items, but I do just want to say thank you. It's very generous of you to offer all of this up to us.
Look, I didn't know all you 2 days ago, but the fact is that, well, I know you're in the mix of it now. What comes next ain't gonna be easy, and I wish you the best through it. If I could make the path an easier one to walk, I would, and that's why I think I need to do this for you. That coin ain't doing me any good. And I promise you, Odell Anorel, someday you'll laugh at how little that is. I suspect that much at least.
I hope not. It's a lot of money.
I'm gonna make haste. You all feel alright about this?
Look after yourself, Noel.
Oh, I will,
Try
friend.
and avoid streams.
I will. Fact of the matter is, when I walk alone, I don't take the kind of risks that I did with a lot of you.
No.
No.
Sorry, go ahead. Listen.
Go forth and have to reveal your steps.
No, you've given us a lot, but can I ask you one more thing?
You can ask.
What's your real name? We don't know that, right? We don't know his name yet. No.
I think there was a little process of elimination last time where Obi was like, which one are you? Are you Elric or are you Nim? And he was like, Nim was always the best of us, you know? And so I think that Noel is just like, oh, never you mind that. Who you used, right. I think he says, who I used to be ain't nearly as important as who I am now. And I'm just, well, I'm old Noel. I'm a friend of yours. Look, I'm gonna make haste. I need to get my wind back in my sails because it's gonna be a long walk. So I'll try to circle back and meet you again at Magny's Hold if you make it there. When you make it there.
Cool.
Holly just like runs over and gives him a hug before he goes.
Oh.
I would jump on that too. I think like when he says like you're not who you used to be, that like hits Odella pretty hard. She like hugs and it's like a tear.
I think that there's a moment where he's like hugging the pair of you, and I think he's like, look, you don't need to be ashamed of what you done. Just try to do things you're gonna be proud of next. And you there, little one, you can carry that thing there and back again, and there ain't no shame in it, but well, she didn't tell you to go get it just so you could drag it across the woods on your backpack. What do you all think you're gonna do? Are you gonna press on or rest?
We're gonna rest.
I think we're going to rest, but hopefully find out the location of this horn, and then maybe find those swords, and which I believe will burn Magny's Hold, maybe, and then maybe make our way north from here.
If anybody knows where they are, it'll be Magni. He was looking for a long time when I left him, and that was a long time ago.
Maybe we should get some.
This is gonna sound like an odd question, but what do Old Noel's boots look like?
It's a really great question. Old Nose boots are like battered and worn, like rough and kind of like muddy, you know. They're not like the best boots you've ever seen, but yeah.
Quilliam will spend time mending any little patches of leather or worn out soles or anything like that to try and get them into a good quality, as best a quality can. I know how long the road can be even longer if you don't have a set of good boots underneath your feet.
I love it. You guys are so sweet to find Old Noel. So I think that at this point, the captain, like, kind of, like, has been scribbling. The breastplate's laid out on the table, and she's kind of, like, sketching quickly with, like, the one good arm and a book. And I think that, like, she comes, like, striding over and, like, she slides the breastplate across the table back to you, Holly, and is like, this is quite a thing you've got. Thank you. Here. And she drops the book in front of you and flips a couple of pages. And what you see as you're looking into it, Quilliam, it's like a curving kind of horn. And it's kind of got this reddish hue to it. I think she says, it was made of wood. Which was a strange thing, I thought. There was a strap on it. Of wool. Dyed. 7 colors like a rainbow.
Okay. Quilliam will intensely study the picture of this horn, trying to get it as familiar as he can with it.
Okay. Cool.
Obi will do the same. He'll sort of look over Quilliam's shoulder, trying to commit as much of the detail of this item to memory.
Okay. Cool.
Quilliam pulls out a little smartphone and takes a picture.
I dig it. And I think that Old Noel is just like, well, if you're going to rest for the night, then maybe I should too. We'll say our true farewells in the morning. One more night with friends is something I won't regret.
Sitting around a nice warm fire with a mug of tea. It's a good way to start a journey, I think.
Come on, let's get ourselves some salted caramel and go talk to Philomena.
Yay!
And so I think that, a lot of you, like, make your way out of the back room here, leaving the fat sack of gold with the captain. And I think as you all are kind of, like, making your way, the captain would say, like, are a lot of you sure you're up for this? Noel is... Well, most folks think he's a little daft. I trust the old dog.
Are we up for it? I don't know, but what else are we going to do?
I think we have to be.
Yeah, I don't think we really have a choice anymore.
I think that's the right attitude. Look, I wish you well.
Where these young ones go, I will go too, for as long as I can.
I wish you well. If you come back through, you stop by.
Of course.
I think Odell
will we'll have more gold to spend.
That would be nice. Odell will like linger if everybody's like sort of leaving out, and just will like look to the camera and just be like, "Thank you," and then head out.
I think that she's just like, I'm sorry I didn't scare you a little better. You might have listened the first time, but thank you for your apology.
I did mean it. Was it good? Was it good? Was it a good?
No, it was pretty terrible. You're going to need to work on that. But
okay, I'll try.
Could tell that the spirit was in the right place.
Yeah.
All right. And so I think that with that, a lot of you like walking across the beach towards like the rising pathways that bring you up into Salter's Port, you turn looking back, and I think that the group, all of them, kind of like assemble out here in front of the Marguerite Rose, as it were, and you all can like see the captain and their crew this like motley assemblage of like an oddball family that the captain.
If
is
that's
gonna
not a
look at.
prequel Humblewood session
Yeah.
that Rich is gonna run in the
Yeah.
future, I don't know what is.
They're so cool, right?
Yeah.
They're so cool. I'm maximizing the picture. You can't see it great on the stream when I like maximize it, but it really is like great, right? You got the two Jerbeens.
Why don't we follow those guys' adventures? They seem so
know,
much
I
cooler.
Very cool. They're all very cool.
That's great. That's amazing.
And I think, my friends, probably this is where we leave our adventurers tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's
Can
that's
we-
a good ending.
Good.
Dude, I don't want to step on like the ending.
Aw.
Should we figure out who has the magic items? Should we figure that out?
Yeah, probably.
That's probably a good
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
for-
We can do it
for
maybe
next-
off stream. We don't have to do it right here. We
Okay.
can probably do it off
Right.
stream, right? That's
Like,
probably.
Holly like glares at Lucas as they walk away. But
Yeah.
There are things that I want to do before we rest, but we can do that
Okay.
at the start.
We'll
Tomorrow. And I'm sure you've all figured out what it is by now.
we will talk a little bit of logistics, guys. This was really fun. I hope that the session was fun, you guys.
it was fun, Rich.
I
There
had
was a
bunch-
lot
Very
that went
fun.
on. Like
Sure.
we covered a fair amount of ground this session.
Yeah.
I feel like we do every
Drama.
time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring us back to the
You
main
were
screen.
so close to killing old Noel.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
geez.
That was
That
wild.
was
Question,
terrifying.
Would you have let me revivify him? Would
Yeah.
it have worked on an end?
Yeah, for
See?
sure. He's an NPC
cool.
that's like basically a PC NPC. I would have let you revivify him. I very much wasn't coming in like looking to kill Old Noel, but I was fully prepared to kill Old Noel. So well played.
I also just say like it's just also like the way that the map was situated that it happened to be like it wasn't like you
Nope.
specifically
Yeah.
targeted Noel. Noel just happened to be the one who like laid like
Was
hung
the
back.
furthest,
So
yeah.
then the mound was there, and so like any of us like that easily could have been any of us
Yeah.
who were like one
Yeah.
turn away from
Yeah. Oh,
rolling our
absolutely.
I
last
thought
hits.
real carefully about the shambling mound as we all play a bunch together, and we've seen shambling mounds
Love
do
'em,
some
man. Love a
real
shambling.
damage. Austin wielded one to great effect a few months back, as I recall. And I was like,
When it very nearly killed
it
Adam.
was like, it's CR5, they're all 4th level, but they are a big group, and they have Noel, and like, they'll probably kick its ass, you know. But like, thank God to the like good math in the chat from our new viewer there. That was like very, very, very helpful. A big save from Captain Lukai. Very well done.
Yes.
Very well done.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, Captain, indeed. You guys, it's really like such a delight to play this. I can't wait to play again. I have to assume next time we gather, it will be 2022, which is kind of exciting and wild
me.
and crazy.
We're not doing the Humbleyuir Christmas session.
Hey, man,
It's Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve, isn't it? Is a Friday.
let's talk in a couple of minutes here. We'll do some scheduling. Anyway, it's really such a delight. You folks are doing various things out the world to various extents. Melissa, what do you got going on? I know you're keeping busy these days.
Sure. I podcast over on the Post Show Recaps Patreon. So patreon.com/Post Show Recaps. $5 a month gets you access to the podcast. YA, so we cover young adult fiction. About to start covering the Maze Runner series, if anyone is into that. I was recently on Post Show Recaps Theater with Grace talking about West Side Story. That came out today,
Very
so that
fun.
was fun. Rich and I might talk about fungi at some point, so
we
that'll be
definitely
cool.
will. Yes. Fantastic Fungi, the podcast coming to you. You guys should all go watch Fantastic Fungi, the documentary on Netflix. It's really good. It's really good, right? It's really good.
Yeah, it's good. And then a few of us might be over on Sabotage the DM on Tuesday doing some fun stuff over there. So those are my plugs.
It's very good stuff. Grace, I think I tried to just ignore you last time. What do you have going on?
Again, I love when other people do my most of my plugs. Yeah, so Melissa talked about Post Show Recaps Theater. We covered West Side Story. The Matrix we are covering next week because the 4th movie, Matrix Resurrections, premieres, and so we'll be covering that. We've been covering the previous 3 films plus the Animatrix over on the patron feed of Post Show Recaps. Additionally, Arctic Session Season 3 coverage is coming to an end. We have one more sort of feedback, wrap up, look back on season 3 before we take a hiatus. But I am not done with the HBO Sunday nights. So I in the new year, I'll just leave that little tease there. I'm covering another HBO show.
Oh my
that will
gosh! I think
be
I
airing
know,
on Sunday
and
in January.
Very excited.
It's a good show.
New show?
It's a good show. It's not new.
Okay.
It's the second season.
I don't know then, and I'm still very excited.
Oh. Well, is there now that I'm like, is there a show that Rich wants to cover?
Yeah, there's a new show. We should cover it.
That's it, I think. Follow me on Twitter at @HighFromGrace. Yeah.
Yeah, follow them on Twitter. Aiden, how about you? Anything that you want to hype up or pay attention to, or we should be paying attention to as we're coming to the end of the year?
Yeah, just keep your eyes on the Sabotage the AM stream. If I'm popping up anywhere, it's either going to be here or there. And unless anybody wants to fly over to Dublin and go see some metal gigs, you're more than likely not going to see me. Or some bizarre devised movement pieces that I've gotten myself involved in. It's weird.
That sounds
but no,
fascinating, but keep in mind, this is the
Oh,
internet. Yeah. There might be people over there right now watching you as we broadcast from here. We're shooting the signal to space, back to North America, back to space, out to the internet, so that the good folk of the Isles across the way can go see your metal concert. So who knows? Who's to say? Aston, how about you? But you always bring attention to cool stuff. Is there anything you just want to point us at that we should be paying attention to, that you want to hype up, that you want to put some love on?
Yeah, I've actually got I'll be joining Until May on his Twitch channel, Until_May, as part of his week-long charity stream to raise money for the Trevor Project, which is a suicide prevention and crisis intervention organization for LGBTQ plus youth. So that'll be happening second week of January. There's a different one-shot happening every night from the 9th to the 15th.
Wow.
And I'll be in the first game to kick it off. So I'll be joining GM Cymerk for a game of 10 Candles, which I am very excited about because I've been wanting to play that for a while, and it's a very, very, very different kind of game. So yeah, that'll be happening in January. Follow me on Twitter at PepperSmithLife. I'll be sharing all of the details of that there. And yeah, aside from that, just the usual. Please be nice to each other. Things have gotten even crazier since the last time we played, so just, yeah. Heading into Christmas, please be patient, follow health advice, all those things.
Be kind, be patient, be conscientious. These things go a long way. That's very exciting, Aston. I will be watching your Twitter to see what's going on the 9th through the 15th. That's very, very exciting. I think you just officially named a role-playing game that I am not going to say, I've got that game. I don't have that game. So, we know I'm excited to see it. Austin, how about you, good sir?
So you can follow me on Twitter at AustinFSmith8. I post there whatever I happen to be doing. Currently, I've just wrapped up covering Survivor 41 for Inside Survivor. The finale aired this week. It was a pretty solid conclusion to what was overall a pretty good season. Not without its flaws, but you can read my thoughts in more detail following the links on my Twitter there. That's sort of the main thing I do in sort of the public sphere aside from this. You can check out, though, if you go back into the archives for DM Philly, you can see the game of Microscope that I played this past week with Rich and Grace and a couple of our other friends from the PSR Discord, Taylor and Tommy. We built a world. We built a whole world that was delightful and fun and hopefully not the last we'll see of our strange world full of tree people and magic drawn from inkwells in the ground and all manner of political intrigue. It's a really fun game. Go check out the stream as we sort of create a world from scratch. Otherwise, come and join us at the post-show recaps Discord. The Patreon. Sign up at the $10 level and you get access to the Discord. You can come play D&D with us, or just generally hang out and talk about movies, TVs, and TV, anything that catches your fancy. It's a really good community.
I'm a fan of Panasonic myself.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a great place. Come hang out with us. Come play games with us. And that's pretty much
It's
it
a
for me.
fantastic
this time
space,
around.
good old post show recaps where a lot of us have all met and bonded and gotten like wonderful experience over the last year talking about movies and TVs and role playing games and all manner of other oddities. That's been an absolute delight. I do like encourage anybody who like digs what we're doing here to go scope them out over there. Our microscope game last week was fantastic. The VOD will be up on YouTube like sometime this week. If you want to go check out my YouTube link, you could just scroll right down on this page and click the button. I just uploaded our Marvel one shot from a couple of months ago. That was going to be rad. I have a Christmas present planned for the patrons of post show recaps. We're going to be doing at least 9 days of Christmas, which means the pressure is on. So I really should have started it yesterday, but I'm a day behind. So just wait for tomorrow because Christmas presents will be rolling out slowly on my YouTube channel. Good luck with that. What else is happening? I'm podcasting about the Wheel of Time. You should watch it. If you're not watching it, it is good. If you've not read the books, you should read them. They are good. I'm podcasting about that weekly with Josh Wigler. We'll be live here tomorrow night talking about episode 7, The Dark of the Ways. Sunday night, I will be here at some time with Taryn Armstrong for the Wheel of Time book club, which is very, very, very exciting. We're going to talk about the episode from the book reader's perspective. That is all cool stuff. The book of Boba Fett is coming up at the end of the month, and I am paying a lot of attention to that for some reason because I know somebody who's going to be podcasting about it. I'm like super excited to like hear that. I don't know why. There's a ton of stuff happening, but really I'm looking forward to the new year in January. I'm going to be launching my Patreon. It's going to be a tiny little space for us to hang out and play role-playing games together and play some esoteric, weird indie games that we may not be familiar with, and for me to be just talking about role-playing games and doing design stuff and some magic items and some monsters and some even adventures. Oh my, I got big plans. Keep an eye out for that at the end of the month for more information. I feel like I'm doing something else I should plug. Arcane. Oh yeah, I'm podcasting about Arcane with the very one and only Pia Indie Chat, Adam Humphrey, one of like the leaders in the team for the D&D musicals that have been released here. Adam and I are talking about Arcane every week. We have one more podcast coming. We're going to be talking about the final episodes. If you haven't seen it, you should go see it. It's really, really incredible TV. I'm finding people that like love D&D role-playing games talking about it as like a case study in world building. It's like an excellently told story with really strong world building that's presented in like a really great way. Every time I'm like going back and talking about it, I'm just getting all this like real life philosophy about our experience as humans through this animated show on Netflix about a video game. It's very impressive.
You need to know nothing about the video game.
need
I've
to know
watched League of
nothing at
Legends
all.
maybe like somebody else played on a monitor beside me. That's the most I've ever seen it, and I fell in love with the show. So
Completely unrelated.
I
to
don't think I even had that. I knew nothing.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
I knew the name League of Legends. That was it.
Yeah. And you guys are like huge fans, right? Yep.
Oh, loved it.
Yep. Very cool. And yeah, I guess the final thing, Wheel of Time, the series, will be over next week. The final episode airs. We are going to breathe some life into it and see if we can keep it alive. So keep an eye out for the Wheel of Time RPG stream here on DM Philly sometime probably like end of January. Get hype. That's a list of a lot of big crazy things. Anyway, that's all.
No wonder you
Any
couldn't
idea what kind of system
remember
you're
the
going
whole
to
list.
use for that?
Yeah, it's the Wheel of Time tabletop role-playing game based on Dungeons & Dragons 3.5.
3.5.
My favorite system of all time, the system that Aiden knows and loves well, a system that a bunch of our friends are going to be pulling their hair out over very soon. Yeah.
Oh, these sweet summer children! I have no
They don't
idea what
even
we
know.
had to
Wait
go
till
through.
we show them the skill list, Aiden. They're going to be like, oh my God, it's like a phone book. All right.
The calculus, I got a +2 from this and flanking, and then but it's a minus from this and a 2 and 2. He's like,
Get ready for those.
do you like math?
floating
Rules?
Modifiers. You're going to love these
Oh,
rules.
rules.
Chris. You're
Systems.
going to love these rules. My my friends, thank you all so much for Humblewooding with me. It's been a treat. I can't wait to do it again. We will be back. Bye.